Hello. Who wants freedom of expression? Who wants freedom of expression? We are starting. I'm just seeing if I can carry this outside to announce all. Malo, who wants freedom of expression? Come on in if you want freedom of expression. We are starting now. Do we need? Freedom of expression. Come on in, folks. Make sure you do vote for the photography. That's the last time, though.
So, isolate, I just want to say this is you need to go a big
Do you value your freedom of expression?
And just for those people, a big shout out to all those.
Ladies and gentlemen, the session is about to start. Freedom of expression. You won't get it anywhere else. Special deals, giveaway prizes. All right, about to start. It's hurry the heck up with a smile. Come on, come on. It's hurry up with a smile. Thank you. Yes.
Oh, today's hurry up with a smile. Okay, thank you.
All right, I'm going to start the session.
Got our panel all up.
So you've all heard of talofa lava with a smile. Now you've heard hurry the heck up with a smile. What are we going to hear by the end of the day? Welcome, welcome, welcome to the session, The People Speak, Freedom of Expression in Our Commonwealth. I am very honoured to introduce to you the moderator, widely celebrated for his work in documentary photography and his advocacy in social justice. Shahidul Alam's career spans over 4 decades. I don't think I was born. Ms. Tuvalu? Spans over 4 decades, leading to him being published and exhibited in the world's most prestigious publications and venues, but also being jailed and tortured. In 2018, he was named one of Time magazine's Persons of the Year. Alam set up the award-winning organisations Drik, Pashala and Chobimela, dealing with media, education and culture. Please join me in welcoming Shahidul Alam to the stage.
Thank you for that. I'm going to disappoint you and the previous moderator because I'm going to not disappoint you, actually. I think your careers are safe because I've decided I'll pass on the Miss Bangladesh contest. So, you know, be relieved. Freedom of expression. I mean, we of course talk about it. I think, given the brilliant panel that we have, we will probably talk about freedom after expression, which is perhaps more of the issue. I mean, of course, it came up here in Samoa itself, where there was talk about what might happen and what we're looking forward to. But some of the things we do need to consider is the difference between the rhetoric and the action. I mean, I'm hard pushed to find a country that does not promote democracy and freedom in its rhetoric and actively oppose it in its practice. It has happened nearby. Now Julian Assange is out, but of course, until recently, several Commonwealth countries were hell-bent on trying to get him extradited. But there are other things as well to consider. And in terms of freedom of expression, in about 4 hours from now, I'm meant to be appearing in court in Bangladesh. I'm not there. My judge will plead time petition. I was picked up in 2018. No charges against me yet. Case has not begun. I appear in court every month. That's the reality that we face. And I think that's the reality that we need to look into. The people I will be calling on are Neha Dixit, Kalafi Moala, Kumi Naidu, and Lance Polu. If you could come over, and then I will introduce you once you're here. Neha Dixit is an award-winning freelance reporter from India who has covered politics, gender and social justice in print, TV and online media for more than a decade. She has received numerous awards for her brave work, including the International Press Freedom Award from the Committee to Protect Journalists, which she got in 2019. And while we're on the subject, I'm going to plug her book. I think these are things we need to do for each other, but there is a relevant point. This book is dedicated to people who are in jail, who have fought for our freedom. So I think it's very pertinent there. She was also involved with the Helka, one of a groundbreaking investigative journalism media outfit in India, which continues to do good work. Kalafi Moala is publisher and managing director of the Taimin Media Network in Tonga. He's also co-founder and deputy chair of the Samoa-based Pacific Media Association. Kalafi has spent over 3 decades in the media industry, starting with the establishment of Tonga's first independent newspaper. He's a fellow jailbird. Where he excelled was he managed to smuggle out editorials and tissue paper. I haven't quite mastered that yet. But I do have a question for him. He talks about, in one of his interviews, he talks about why he doesn't want to replace monarchy, and I want to ask him why that is. I would rather replace monarchy, but that's another issue. For more than 40 years, Kumi Naidoo has been a leading voice for social, economic and environmental justice. He was the Executive Director of Greenpeace International and Secretary General of Amnesty International. He also led Civicus, the global alliance of civil society organizations and activists dedicated to strengthening citizen action and civil society throughout the world. Kumi recently became president of the Fossil Fuel Non-Proliferation Treaty Initiative. I've known about him for ages. This was the first time we met, so I'm delighted to have met him. He has a book called The Making of a Troublemaker. Particularly relevant. I think we're all troublemakers on this panel. Lance Polu is a prominent journalist, media professional and advocate for a free press here in Samoa. With decades of experience in the media industry, Lance is known for his independence and principled leadership, including of Samoa's national broadcaster, the Samoa Broadcasting Corporation, and as editor of Telamo Media. He's also part of the committee, Commonwealth Journalists Association, and talks about why, this is something I'll bring up later, perhaps in conversation with Bangladesh as well. So one thing to remember is, one thing I found interesting was that this organization for Samoa journalists, acronym is JAWS, and perhaps that's relevant. Anyway, we'll move on to our thing for today. This is a subversive panel, and I expect you to join in being as subversive. Across the Commonwealth, freedom of expression is at risk. The Global Press Freedom Index confirms that 4.2 billion people, more than half of the world's population, live in countries where freedom of expression is in crisis, where they aren't free to speak their minds or access information without serious consequences. That is more people living under this kind of oppression than at any other time this century so far. I forgot to mention, Neha has not been in jail, but she currently has 2 criminal cases against her as well. So I think we are in good company here. Less than a quarter, 23% of the global population, live in countries where freedom of expression environment is considered open or less restricted. And the Commonwealth is not spared. Despite some significant improvements, especially in the Caribbean, over a third of all Commonwealth countries have slid down the rankings over the past year. From Australia to Ghana, from Bangladesh to the United Kingdom, the climate for press freedom is worsening. According to Press Freedom Index, my own country, Bangladesh, is currently the worst in Asia to be a journalist. And India, the largest of all Commonwealth countries, considered the mother of democracies, has been moved from restricted to crisis category. We all know that freedom of expression affects everything, and I mean everything. And there, Naidu had earlier mentioned about climate change being a cross-cutting factor. I think freedom of expression also is something that's cross-cutting. It affects every aspect of our lives. One of the shifts we've seen over the past few years relates to our growing appreciation of the links between climate justice and freedom of expression. The 2024 Joint Declaration on the Climate Crisis and Freedom of Expression highlights the elevated risk faced by journalists, environmental or other human rights defenders, for their work to expose environmental harms. UNESCO's Observatory of Killed Journalists has recently advised that over 70% of almost 1,000 environmental journalists surveyed confirmed experiencing attacks, threats, or pressures linked to their reporting. In June 2023, I curated a show called Speak at the United Nations in Geneva, which was on freedom of expression. Since 7th of October, 39, that was over 30 years, 1,600 or so, 1,602 in fact, journalists had been killed. Since October 7th, 2023 till 31st of December, 39 journalists have been killed. Of those, 24 were Palestinian. So we know where we're heading right now. In this session, we will explore how the contradiction of civic space impacts everything from election integrity to environmental reporting. We'll also look at the crucial role of online platforms as both tools of empowerment and vehicles for disrupting the flow of accurate information. As heads of government prepare to approve the Commonwealth principles on media freedom later this week, and as Samoa has had a few hiccups along the way, we will explore the practical ways in which the Commonwealth Institute can help strengthen this most fundamental of rights in the future. So we will be moving into the panel discussion as well. What I'll start with is a quick question to all the panelists. What is driving the decline in media freedom across the Commonwealth? How is this decline shaping our experience of democracy? Neha, from you?
The loafer. Thank you, everyone. I just want to acknowledge my privilege of being here. And like Shaidul said, I'm still not in jail. And I'm going to take tips from you how to survive there and maybe write a memoir about it later. But also the fact that there are so many of my colleagues, journalists, lawyers, activists, filmmakers who are currently in jail. Some of them have been killed. Some of them have been physically assaulted. So I'm privileged to be here and to speak about it. Now, coming to the question here, I think there are 2 or 3 things that need to be significantly thought about and spoken about is the kind of, we see a growing corporate political nexus in the media. So which means that while political parties who have a certain ideology want to control what is going out, but at the same time, there are corporate groups that are funding these political parties and also own the media organizations in the part that I come from. We also see a sort of dismissiveness towards any kind of freedom of expression, the right to dissent, or even the fact that now journalism is essentially seen as a crime in the part where I come from. We've had a government in the last 10 years, the Prime Minister has not had a single press conference in the largest democracy in the world. We also have a cabinet minister who has not just coined but normalized the word prostitute for people who speak or question the government. We also have had increased use of, and coming to the question in a larger situation, we've also seen increased use of laws like sedition, National Security Act that have been used against journalists, against people who are speaking up about what is happening in my part of the world. And this includes all the themes that you spoke about here, which includes climate justice, which includes health justice, because we've seen how the government is essentially filled with people who are climate change deniers, and they actually say stuff like the climate hasn't changed, but we have changed. or we also see the kind of focus on media organizations telling reporters, and many of us have been told that you guys stop doing these bleeding heart stories because you're actually messing up with the buying mood of the viewer or the reader. So you actually should just target at the urban rich audience. What is also sort of increased, apart from criminalizing any kind of dissent and putting people behind bars, is the fact that we have seen a prominent Indian journalist like Gauri Lankesh, who was killed in 2017. And one thing that essentially comes to my mind is the fact that the people who actually killed her told the investigation agencies that according to our religion, the evildoers, killing an evildoer is essentially non-violence. And the fact that that evildoer was identified as a woman journalist says so much about the kind of patriarchal system that we live in. So for example, somebody like me, of course you can slap cases against me, but the fact that last 11 years out of the 17 years of journalism that I've done, I wake up with at least 300, 400 notifications everywhere describing how I should be raped, and there's a trigger warning there. So there are these detailed discussions about whether I should be raped with a rose bush thorn or with a steel rod, and it's almost sort of normalized. I'm sorry to say that this has been normalized for us, or the fact that apart from the criminal cases, I was stalked for 5 months, and I was told which vegetables I was buying and which part of the balcony in my house I was standing, and also telling me how they're going to throw acid at me and gang rape me, to the point where they eventually tried to break into my house with the same threat and were unsuccessful. And the fact that the state is complicit in it and is not sort of interested, does not have the political will to solve this, because like your book, we're all troublemakers, and eventually we've all sort of embraced and reclaimed the troublemaker tag. But this is what is happening, and the point is that this has been normalized, and I wish it is not any longer.
Thank you. Please carry on.
See, even at this conference, you can get the CIA and the MI5 and all, messing with the mics. Shahidul, maybe I should just say that if there was genuine freedom of expression in Bangladesh, all of us would know that even though you were not Miss Bangladesh, that he was Mr. Bangladesh 3 years in a row, you know? So, with your permission, Shahidul, I'd like to sacrifice 30 seconds of my time and ask everybody to stand up and just, and raise your hands, as might be the case, and just remember all the journalists who have been killed and all those that are suffering the repression like what we just heard from. Thank you so much. So to answer why there is this backslide, okay, first I would say there's very, very high levels of hypocrisy in our political leadership around the world, both within the Commonwealth and outside of it. They speak with forked tongue. The fact that the Prime Minister of one of the largest democracies in the world, or the largest democracy in the world, for 5 years has now had a press conference, 10 years. What commitment he's going to have to the journalist community and media if he's not even bothering to use that as a means. And part of undermining the role of traditional journalism has also been the rise of how social media has actually had an impact in good and positive ways. But like if you look at the United States, and if I might just take you outside of the Commonwealth for a second, because and use a US example, and I should tell you my first Commonwealth People's Forum I attended was in 1997, and a comedian who spoke there said, "Do you know why we all love the Commonwealth? Because the United States is not a member." Right, but Elon Musk could actually, the owner of Twitter, could be the key factor right now that sees a rapist, a felon, a serial liar, a misogynist, Islamophobic person, a homophobic person, and so on, be elected. So basically, I think the situation has always been bad, not simply when the lives of journalists are under threat, but what we as citizens have a right to know about. And I want to just say to those of us as activists, right, we also make a big mistake. We think that governments control us primarily through the deployment of the repressive state apparatus. And that is, army, police, detentions, formal laws. But I would argue the most insidious and the most powerful form of control is not the repressive state apparatus, even though it is so devastating on us, but is what you could call the ideological state apparatus, which is the framework for education, the framework for religion, the funding of arts and culture, and most importantly, the framework for communications and media. So the other key question is ownership of media, right? Today, we have either state ownership or we have very heavy concentration of power in the hands of very few corporate entities. In Australia, you got Rupert Murdoch, who doesn't only dominate in Australia, but basically in the UK, for example, you can't win an election if you don't make a deal with Murdoch. So Tony Blair, when he got elected, made a deal with Rupert Murdoch to have access, positive access to certain titles, for example. So we have to address the question of ownership, and we have to address the question of media diversity. The last thing I would say is that, right now there is such a close correlation, I'm not going to try it, connection between the repression of activists and the repression of media. They go hand in hand, and in many cases, journalists are just treated as activists. And so I just want to give you one horrific statistic, and that is between 2012 and 2023, 2,100 land and environmental activists were murdered. That works out to roughly between almost 3 per week, right? But when we look at that number, you'll find many of them were either actually journalists trying to report in remote places like the Amazon, or they were people who were doing information work to get the message out as part of their work. I just want to end on a positive note, though. There is a proverb that's inaccurately attributed to Mahatma Gandhi, which goes like this, because the person who actually said it was a labor organizer in the United States in the early 20th century. It goes like this: first, they ignore you, then they laugh at you, then they fight you, and then they win. So in this moment of pain and fear, I want to suggest that it's better that they're not ignoring us, it's better that they're not laughing at us, because if they're fighting us, let's hope whether Gandhi said it or somebody else said it, that we are one step away from winning justice for everybody in this world. Thank you.
Talofa, good morning. I want to start with a positive note and end with a negative one. The positive note concerning the decline of media, and I'm sure that we can spend the whole session on many, many reasons. But there's an ongoing battle between power and service everywhere in the world. And the issue at the heart of the decline or the better media freedom is really in this battle, in this war concerning power. Power to control. And I don't know of any government that doesn't seek for power to control information, control what goes on. Because you see, if you lose the control of information, you'll be exposed. Yeah. It's what they call, is it transparency? You know, transparency is like those big words, resilience and so on. And if you become transparent, you might expose corruption and other things. I want to start off with this positive note. I believe that at the end of the day, we journalists, we media people are the ones that control media freedom. It doesn't matter whether a government decides to do one way or the other, or whether there's strong legislations against media freedom. At the end of the day, we, the carriers of the message of freedom, are the ones that owns it and controls it. In other words, there is nothing stopping us from expressing freedom or telling our stories. Because telling our stories our own way is rooted in our thinking. And I'm thinking, freedom of expression is nothing unless we have freedom of thinking. And thinking is an individualistic thing. And what others are trying to stop is to stop the freedom of thinking. Because once we have freedom of thinking, you can't help but talk, mate. Nobody's going to stop you. You'll write books, you will speak over radio, you'll do all kinds of stuff because freedom of thinking is what drives freedom of expression. I'll end with a negative note. I was coming in and my dear brother from Samoa said to me, a very, very good question. He said, you know, if you are doing what you're doing in Russia, what's going to happen? And my quick answer to him, I'd be dead. And I think that's the issue that we deal with as individuals. There are too many journalists, too many media organizations around the world that are dealing with the issue of expression of freedom that are not willing to be dead, that are not willing to suffer, that are not willing to take the hard road. Maybe they're in the wrong business. They shouldn't be there. Suffering, persecution, being beaten up, being taken to court, being jailed, and even death is the cost of the struggle that we go through to protect media freedom. And that's an individual cost that we have to decide that we are. Somebody told me, well, shouldn't there be peaceful? Oh, yeah, you should be peaceful, but go and be an accountant or go and be a pastor of a church or be something else. Don't be a media freedom advocate because sooner or later you could be in jail or dead. Thank you.
Talofa with a smile. My colleagues have touched on the positive and the negative, but I'll answer the question with what is driving the decline in media freedom across the Commonwealth, perhaps with a very straightforward and a very bold statement. I think it's a lack of a political will and commitment by our leaders that is adding and creating the space that has resulted in the decline in media freedom across the Commonwealth. My colleague Niha has spoken about the word hypocrisy. Similar terms, same meaning. The last session we've had members, panelists who have been in the Commonwealth sessions since 1996, to quote correctly, 1996. And again, they refer to the same issues that have been talked about through all those chocoms. They were in the health space, now we're in the media freedom space. It's the same issues. The question is, have there been progress, any progress or positive change? I believe the lack of political commitment and political will adds to the enhancement of this environment. How it will decline and shape our democracy, I believe such actions will subtly and rub on negatively to develop a culture of silence through the withholding of information from the government to the senior public servants and way down to the system. And if you do this for a long period of time, I believe this system will be entrenched in the system, in a national system, because through the controls of the information, it affects the outcome of the selection and election of governments who will actually guide the destiny and the future of each country. So I think it has a major impact from the lack of commitment on the lack of political will throughout the whole system, and especially an entrenched system will actually further stifle media freedom in the Commonwealth.
Thank you. What we'll do, we are running short of time, what we'll do is take a few questions, address them together. Please, when you do ask the questions, ask questions. We will get a chance to comment, but this is not the time for that. Try and make it succinct if you can. Any hands? There's one, please. Introduce yourself, if you may. The mic.
Hi everyone, Darian Ryan from Trinidad and Tobago. I just wanted to really focus in on what Neha has said, because I don't want to be lost in the room and the space here. And my voice is breaking because I'm getting emotional. She just said 300 emails of people threatening to rape her, assault her, and do things to her. Every single day when she leaves her house, as a woman journalist, her life is on the line. As men, it's okay, yes, we have similar issues, similar problems and stuff like that, but it's more physical, it's a physical fight and all that that comes up. There's a kind of resilience I might have in certain ways. As women, where there's a lot more fragility there, where there's a lot more emotional manipulation, I don't want it to be lost, because this is not the first time that I've heard a story like this from a woman. Many activists in this room, from Asia, from Africa, from the Caribbean region, have been threatened, have had to leave their homes because they're no longer safe there. And I just want to say thank you. It's not a question, but just thank you for your vulnerability and for expressing that here, because that could not have been easy. And I don't want it to go over lightly in this room at all. So thank you.
And thank you for that. I think that was not a specific question, it was a response to what we've already heard. Maybe we'll move on in that case. There are some questions again to all the panelists. This is a question to all of you. What is the media's role in ensuring free and fair elections, given that 2024 is the year of elections? Maybe we start from this way this time. Lance.
Well, I think we are in some kind of a crisis with a lot of challenges in terms of the media. As we all know, with the advent and advancement of digital media, it has really affected what we call and we are used to as the traditional media, television, radio, the old newspaper. And we've seen in other countries, in America as well, and I think in our own little countries, our small islands, where new media and digital media has really impacted the outcome of elections. The issue, as we all know, is how do we actually control it? It's a massive challenge, but I believe we can start. My view is that we need to help out and work so that the mainstream media or the traditional media should be strengthened, because I believe those are the outlets that will maintain and set the media standards, so that we will set the standards for the new and the digital media that are coming up. It's hard, it's a challenge, it's a crisis that we are facing, but we need to start somewhere. as it is a major one that we are facing.
Maybe a quick question to Kalafi and Neha. The digital age has transformed how information is disseminated, but it has also disrupted the flow of accurate information and facilitated state-sponsored censorship. How do we navigate online spaces as tools of empowerment while addressing their potential to undermine freedom of expression? In a way, it leads on to that.
I think one of the things that we did as traditional media with newspapers, radio, and some television production is that we needed to adjust to the situation. We needed to become more digital. We needed to completely make a move to what's happening. Print, as you all know, is kind of basically dead, or it's declined so much. There is a shift so that digital, social media has become the major platform or form of communication. I don't think that we need to change our journalism, maybe the style of it, but the basic drive of journalism needs to be there as we change the mode of communication. I just want to finish with one comment here. I think it still comes back to the issue of control, like I said earlier. We need to take away the control from government, from publishers, from corporate. We need to take it off. And the way to take it is individually. And then individually we have a community of journalists and communicators that we talk to each other, that we stand together, but we need to take away the control. Recently we had a major communication in Tonga because the WHO came up with a major survey that they did. 10 of the 20 fattest nations on earth were in the Pacific. Nauru being the worst at the top. And for the first time in ages, we beat Samoa for second place. And so we were having a big talk on it, and I got up and I said, listen, you know, there are some things in the world we cannot control. I cannot control whether it's going to rain tonight or not. I cannot control if there's a cyclone that's coming next week. But one thing I can control what I eat. And for those of you guys that have never been to Tonga, you haven't seen eating. And we ourselves, we celebrate so much. I don't know what we're celebrating, but what we celebrate in food is a major part of our celebration. Putting something in your mouth is something within your control. And I said to these guys, well, you know, eating that gets us fat, not so much work that gets us fat, you know, this is something we can control. Let's put the program, let's have another conference about 9 months later, and let's try to take control of what we do. So I applied that in the same way to media freedom, freedom of expression, that there are things that we need to take control. It's not in the hands of the government, it's not in the hands of dictators. We communicators need to take control and be in control of what we communicate. Thank you.
Neha.
Can you hear me? Yeah. Okay, just a quick response to you, Darian. I shared this because I often feel that one needs to share this so that there are lots of people who are facing this and you feel less isolated and alone when you do that. But talking about men also, we've had recently one of our activists who was disabled 50% and was put in a torture cell for almost 10 years, passed away, and he was denied basic medical facilities. Another activist who was an 80-year-old person, Father Stan Swami, he was denied a straw because he was old and he needed a straw in his cup to have water, and he was denied that by the Indian government. We've also had another journalist, activist who was arrested, who broke his glasses in the prison, and he was denied another pair. So there is also this kind of sort of policy, let me just say, a very thought out sort of policy on behalf of the government to torture people in various ways. And as women, it's sort of easier. But also I want to say that all of us, there's a saying in India that you become a clay pot And so if you try and put anything over the clay pot, it doesn't stick. So we are all very happy being the bad women and the sluts and whatever they want to call us. We are very happy to be called that, so it's fine. Coming back to the question that you asked, Shaidul, I think in India, internet has democratized the media in some way. What is happening is that essentially, I was just telling my colleagues yesterday, I was covering an election in Uttar Pradesh, which is a North Indian state and has the size of the population of Brazil. So I was covering these elections and one old person walked up to me and he said, "Are you a YouTuber?" And I said, "No, I'm a journalist." And then he said, "Then I won't talk to you." And that pretty much explains the kind of loss of credibility of the mainstream media in India. So people are actually turning, we recently had general elections in India a few months back, and it was actually called a YouTube election. Because people wanted to look at YouTube channels because they're the local people who they trusted and were raising their issues, and in their own language are the people they were watching, and that's how they were looking forward to any kind of news of information. Anything that is being reported in English and is being written in English is hitting a plateau. We have a large population of neoliterates and everybody prefers to read or watch in their own languages, and so which is why internet has sort of empowered people to decide what information they want to look at. But at the same time, the government has tried to pass a different set of IT laws to control what is going on YouTube, to control what is going on social media. And so which is why a lot of people using social media and channels like on YouTube are being arrested or their content is being taken down without any sort of information or without any kind of warning. So that is also happening at the same time. And this is when there is also, we keep talking about rise of fake news and fake information. This is also, perhaps it has been widely reported, India, the political party in power right now, has a dedicated IT cell. And it has employed many people, and they actually, apart from sending all the nonsense that comes to us in our emails, they've also put out fake information in a very systemic, organized way. So which is why this is also a time when there's a rise of religious majoritarianism. The government is pushing the mythologies of a particular religion. So for example, they kept telling everyone that if you put 2 drops of cow urine in your nostrils, you'll not have cold or cough, because cow urine is supposed to be pure according to the Hindu mythology. So there's also, at the same time, replacement of scientific temper by mythology. And that is something that we are also seeing, and which is why we've also seen killings of a number of rationalists in India, like Kalburgi and Pansare. So this is happening. So there are all these things, and people are, the positive thing is that people are fighting it, people are countering it. In the last 10 years, we've seen lots of protests, despite the kind of incarceration and despite the kind of torture the government has meted out. We've seen the largest farmers' protest for 18 months, where almost 1 million farmers sat outside the outskirts of Delhi, the national capital. We've seen people coming out. So the government is trying to come up with various draconian laws, slap them, but people are protesting against it. And internet is, in a way, enabling it, and they have not been able to control it yet. But they are in the process.
Kumi, how do we push back against the shrinking civic space and when it comes to reporting on climate and environmental issues?
So, thank you for that, Kristen. I want to pick up on the guidance you gave, which is about looking at things that are within our domain of control. So, the reality is we've got an objective problem and a subjective problem, right? The objective problem is who controls the media and what real access journalists and communities have to get the stories out. And we have to name that, expose that, and try and change the structure of that. But let's say we succeed, right, to change that environment. We still have a subjective problem. Let me tell you what the subjective problem is. That most of us, as activists in civil society, we aim all our narratives and our messages at the brain and we ignore the heart, the body, and the soul. Like in the climate movement, we use so much of jargon, you know, we use scientific language, policies, 1.5, even though, yeah, in the Pacific, it became real when we said 1.5 to stay alive. And by the way, 6 months after that, I heard somebody in the Philippines saying 1.5, we might survive, right? And so in terms of how we push back, I think, and what I'm going to say now might sound very disruptive, but if history teaches us anything, when humanity faced a major injustice or challenge, it was decent women and men standing up and saying enough is enough and no more. We're prepared to go to prison if necessary. We're prepared to put our lives on the line if necessary. And I think we must say to ourselves right now, given how bad and serious things are, that a key part of genuine democracy is protecting the right to civil disobedience, right? And we have to say that we have also, to a large extent, become bureaucrats in one shape or form or the other. That we operate within funding systems with, protocols that are set up by the state and so on. Right now, if ever there was a moment for spirited, peaceful civil disobedience, this is the time. And usually, when there is acts of civil disobedience, it becomes much harder for even the mainstream media to ignore it. They might not report it exactly as we want, right? But they cannot ignore it. And people can make their own judgments of what's going on. So I would say that we also must connect what's happening in our courts, right? Because what big companies are doing, big oil, big coal, big pharma, big agriculture, and so on, when civil society organizations with support of progressive journalists try to take them on, what we have is companies going to court and instituting what are called SLAP suits, strategic litigation against public participation. Those companies don't need the money. Right now, Greenpeace USA is facing a $300 million lawsuit for resisting oil pipeline. So I would urge us to embrace courage, embrace the reality that our leaders will not listen to us. Throughout history, they only moved when they felt real pressure. And right now, our leaders do not feel sufficient pressure to end the fossil fuel age and to address all the issues around human rights that we are talking about. Thank you.
I told you we were troublemakers. We've talked about what the oppressive regimes we work under are, but I think it's worthwhile also looking back. In the film The Third Man by Orson Welles, there's a character called Harry Lime, and he says, in Switzerland, they had brotherly love, and they had 500 years of democracy and peace. And what did they produce? The cuckoo clock. Now, there is a question? Yes, please.
Richard Rees, Commonwealth Disabled People's Forum. Given that many of our leaders are going to be here, and one of the things that this forum has the power to do is to put our issues, the most important issues that we want, before the Foreign Secretaries on Saturday morning, what's the panel's view of the best way to do that on this, the most pressing issue along with climate and health, but this is really the one that brings into disrepute the Commonwealth Charter. The Commonwealth Charter is brought into disrepute by the things that you've been reporting here, which fundamentally defends the freedom of the press. So the leaders need to be made to feel uncomfortable by whatever way we can do that within the rules of the way that it's done. But my reading as an accredited organisation delegate, it says this forum decides the key issues to put forward to the Foreign Secretaries on Saturday. So I'd be interested in the panel's views on how we could best do that around this issue. So bringing what you said as the general point down to where we are now. Thank you.
Should we take that on? Yeah?
So one suggestion I have, I'm looking at the Director General of the Commonwealth Foundation as I say it. I think some words and a statement coming out which addresses that would be one thing. But why don't we see whether there's any resources in this room where we make a mask like we had during COVID, and we just have a message across the mask that says we don't have press freedom, and we all wear that for the course of the time that we are here. I mean, you know, the thing about it is there are journalists in even the most conservative media outlets, even at Fox News and so on. There are journalists there who are wanting to do the right thing, even though their managements might tell them something. But unless we exercise creativity, right, unless we exercise creativity, we'll never be able to communicate anything. I think if there was one day over the next couple of days that we all had a symbolic action which tells the story in a peaceful way, there's nothing violent about it, very peaceful action, to say, you know, we are here, but actually we don't really have, you know, the kind of voice that we need to, because the media in the different countries that are represented here, most of them, is not giving us access. So that would be my sort of semi-disruptive idea. Thank you.
Anyone else?
You know, there is such power in the group. The power really is in the hands of the people. And despite all the tug of wars and all the political, governmental issues in power, I believe that we have the power in our hands. The other day, I think it was yesterday, that I issued a call and I used a pidgin word to use it, and I'm sorry that I spoke pidgin instead of English. And I said, shut up and listen to us. What I really meant, please listen to the voice of the people. Because that's where the power, that's where the issues are coming in. And so what we're taking to the Commonwealth leaders, I'd like us to take, is please listen. Listen to the power of the people. Don't tell us what to think. Don't tell us what to say. Don't tell us what our stories are, but listen to us. Let us tell you our stories from all the way from the Caribbean, from the Pacific, from Africa, from everywhere in the Commonwealth. A organization, I just am so thrilled with it because it's not based on legislation, it's based on relationship. And that's to me what makes the Commonwealth different. So listen to our voices, the voice of the people. There is a statement that, if I just have time to say it, I think it was Lincoln in the United States that he said, you know, the one way to test a man's character is to give him a little power. And you'll find out what kind of a person he really is. We don't have to test the men, but when we're talking politics, the power is in the people that we're working with and trying to advocate for them to be free. So that's why I emphasize again, it's the individual choices that we have to make. And if we have 43 million people make those individual choices to be free, to think freely, to feel, as our brother have said, then we're there a long ways. I'll conclude with this. And I use a biblical model here. It's interesting when you go through the Bible, you know, the heroes are not committees. They're not councils. The heroes are individuals that made choices, all the way from Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob to Jesus. You know, we don't read about Jesus and his council had a wonderful conference and a lot of things were achieved from that. In fact, the council, so-called council, dispersed when Jesus was in trouble. You know, and then all the way we talk about the Apostle Paul, individual people that made choices for freedom. And even in our later generations, we talk about Muhammad Gandhi, we talk about Mother Teresa, individuals, no councils involved here or committees. And then we talk about Martin Luther King, we talk about Nelson Mandela, they're individuals. And those are the individuals. Some of you are sitting right here that I'm challenging you. make a decision. You own it. You are the one that nobody will control your freedom. Whatever price you've got to pay, you've got to stand up. All the major revolutions, changes, reformations that we've gone through have been carried out by individual people that stood up and make individual choices.
I believe the outcome of what comes out of JOCOM 24 in our peer is what we're looking for. Other sessions and in this session, we're always talking about what has been discussed over the years and what has actually changed, what action has actually been taken from all those discussions in the years past. Linked to this forum on media freedom, our association, the Commonwealth Journalists Association, for 10 years have been working with the Commonwealth Human Rights Initiative based in London. And the outcome of that work, which looked at across the Commonwealth, the 56 countries of the Commonwealth, and the legislations that are limiting and encroaching on media freedom, the outcome of that will be launched in a few days here in our peer. And I believe those principles, media principles, will be endorsed by the leaders on Saturday. It's just an endorsement of the principles, and we're looking to those principles as a basis and as a platform for the Commonwealth countries so that they can make changes, remove all the limiting legislations that stifle media freedom and the free flow of information and its subscription to the values of democracy and transparency, reporting to the people, you and us, who really hold the political power. So these would be the outcomes from JOCOM 2024 as far as I'm concerned. I think tomorrow there will be a session by the Commonwealth Human Rights Initiative on the other side of the town that talks about the outcome of this report that will be endorsed by the leaders. So it's the outcome, the action that we need to take after this few days in Samoa, JOCOM 2024.
We take action. Neha.
Freedom of expression. Okay. A lot of things have been said, but I do want to say one thing, which is, I think what is very important is we all, you talked about individuals, at an individual level, we need to start working on how to check our privilege. That privilege could be based on our caste, on our religion, on our gender, on our race, on our geographical location. And all of these things actually shift with the place that you're going to. So I may be in a Hindu majoritarian country and it may shift when I go to any other country. It constantly changes. And so which is why I just feel the ability, the kind of cancelling that is happening, or to say, okay, this is not possible, or how is this not possible? All of our situations in a socio-cultural, and our socio-cultural locations are different. The problems we are facing are very different. We may be 500 kilometers away geographically, like India and Bangladesh, maybe, but our problems may be very different. So let's just sit and hear each other, and probably our governments all the time always have ever thought that they know better than what people know. They need to do that, and which is why we often keep repeating that, right? I may not agree with you, but I will defend till death your right to say it, and let's just stick to that. So that's pretty much what I need to say about this.
Kumi brought in something very interesting. Lots of questions. Let me get the questions first. Yes? Right up front. Yes? No? Oh, you want a mic? I'll come to you and then to you. Yeah?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Fantastic panel. My question to you is, in the 80s, I grew up as an 80s baby, and so journalists and media, they were always the guardians of truth. Fast forward to 2024, we see a rise in cancel culture. We see an increase in cyberbullying. We see an increase in herd thinking, an increase in censorship, where it is almost safer to just not say anything. And we're talking about young people, adults. We see institutions changing, educators changing because of this fear of cancel culture. I understand that geography changes and it influences the kind of journalists that we create. But considering we also have a youth forum that is going on, my question is, how do we encourage our young people who are coming up as next gen or new gen journalists to not just report an event and what happened there, but to read, to research, to challenge, to understand, and to poke in a world that is telling you to be quiet or you will be cancelled?
Anyone?
No? One thing that all of us, including me, we have started practicing because we're all sort of lost in this cancel culture, which is, I borrow it from, this is not my idea, but it has helped, which is instead of calling out, you call in. So instead of publicly saying, okay, what have you done? You actually reach out to that person and have that discussion privately. And that also encourages you to, and I increasingly feel there's no scope to say any longer, listen, I don't know much about this, can you please tell me? Because we're also scared of being cancelled so much. So when you call in, you actually speak to that person and inform them, and that person is interested. And that's something that has really helped me, and I always tell that this is the way to go about it. So, and we are all learning all the time. Now the pressure is that everybody should know everything at all points, and that is not possible. So this is perhaps one way to go about it.
Anyone else?
I was just thinking that one of the problems we experience is throughout the world is there has been a great decline in our societies of people living according to principles, living according to their values. We talk about a lot of rhetoric and very little practice and behavior. You behave according to your values and what drives you. And I think we go back to young people now. Young people, it's not something that we just teach them when, at high school or whatever. They learn it from home. We need to restore those values of truth, justice, and at home, health justice, in fact. When it gets back to the home, they grow up from there and it goes out to schools. And that's, to me, the hope of the future for our young leaders.
There's several questions from here, then I'll go there, then I'll go there. If you have time, we'll come here.
Thank you. I'm very sobered by what I heard on this panel. Very moved. Thank you all for sharing. So I worked in international public health for 30 years and public health for 10 years. And 5 years ago, I retired from paid work. And I founded Earth Medic and Earth Nurse Foundation for Planetary Health to draw attention to the climate crisis. My director of IT says we need to prepare for when you raise your head above the parapet, you're going to have the website knocked down because people will hate what you're saying. So I'm scared of being in this activist space. All my life I've been very polite to public officials. Towards the end of my career, I realized I learned something that was ugly, that there were ministers who would look you in the face and lie. And that was a surprise to me because I thought people were truthful. But my question to you is this, 2 questions. One, how does someone who is new to activism prepare themselves for what is ahead, the trials? And how do you thread the needle to avoid getting thrown into jail too early?
We all want an answer to that one. Yes.
Please share your wisdom.
So I'm not sure I'm the best person to answer the second part because I saw the inside of a prison when I was 15 years old for the first time. But I think this is such an important question, really. We have to create an environment, an ecosystem of support for young people. right? We have to also not frame activism as, oh my God, it's such a painful and it's such a, horrible thing to do. We have to frame activism with the spirit of joy, with the spirit of participation, and all of that. And when I speak to young people, I always say to them, you must just tell yourself that activism is super sexy, right? That you have to think about it as giving you, like if I reflect on my life, some of the best friendships I have even today were friendships, comradeships that we developed as a teenager in the height of struggle. And I just want to raise an issue that has popped up a little bit now and then, and that is the global mental health crisis that we are facing at the moment. Right? We have eco-anxiety and climate anxiety, anxiety around the rise of fascism, economic injustice, and so on, that's rampant, right? And I want to suggest that the best antidote to this despair, this fear, this sense of hopelessness is participation, right? So participation itself, right, can give us a sort of infrastructure of hope, if you want. How we build it amongst ourselves. In terms of, Nia and I were talking just before the panel started, because I should say that she has 3 cases against her in India. Even though I'm not an Indian citizen, I have 1 case against me in India. And same criminal defamation. And the thing here is, there are certain basic things we can do that actually don't provoke unnecessarily, right? You need to be measured and thoughtful about how you actually provoke, right? And you should make sure that you have the support systems around you should the worst happen. But also you should know, right, that sometimes going to prison is the best thing that can happen to an activist. During the struggle against apartheid, for example, there were people, our cause got elevated, right, when people went to prison, right? Because suddenly you can mobilize on the basis. I'm not saying people should go to prison, okay? But I'm saying we have to turn every disadvantage into an advantage. But taking care to make sure that those that are going to put themselves in the front line have the mental strength and so on, training about how to deal with time in prison and incarceration and so on, is critically important that we do. And I'll just end on a personal note. My younger brother spent a year in prison during the bad old days, and when he was 19. And we fought for all political prisoners to have access to study materials and the right to write the exams in prison, and we won that right under the apartheid state. And my brother got the best results while he was in prison than he got in any of the... So my father actually... So my father says to me, my brother is still in prison, my father says to me, it might be a good idea to arrange to get him to go to prison 6 months before the exam, every now and then, so he gets a better result.
There, please.
Fortunately or unfortunately, a lot of friends when we meet, because India, there is a lot of trying to impose vegetarianism on all of us, even though 70% of Indians eat meat. So in certain jails now, they don't serve meat. So when our friends and all of us, when we meet, we try and decide, okay, which part of the country we want to go to jail to, because then we'll get better food. So that is the discussion we have. But other than that, Kumi, I just want to say, I have 2 criminal defamation cases. Criminal defamation is a colonial law, and the other one is of inciting communal hatred. And for us now, it's no longer, it does not matter what you did that is going to get you a case against you, and that for the story, for me, the cases that are on is almost like a playbook Because just like in Canada and in Australia, you saw a lot of indigenous children being taken away from their cultures and taken to hostels and completely stripped of their language and their food and whatever. I had done a story in 2016 from Northeast India where a number of children between the age group of 3 to 11 were taken by Hindu right-wing groups for the purpose of indoctrination. These were people from both Bodo and Santhal tribes. And once the children were taken away, the parents were told they'll be given free education and lodging, but the parents just couldn't trace these girls any longer. And I traced them 1 year later in several parts of India, where they were essentially being given education in Hindu mythology and how they should self-immolate themselves to protect themselves against Muslim and Christian invaders, and how they were now vegetarian, how they could not speak their language any longer. And so I had watertight story, I had documents, I had everything. So they could not actually challenge the story investigation that I had done. So which is why they filed 2 criminal defamation cases and 1 of inciting communal hatred. And this is the 8th year of me going to the court. But the good thing is, in some way, that the cases that they have filed, they filed them in a very beautiful part of India. So each time I make a trip, which is twice a year, I happen to see and do like a holiday around my court here. So this is how it works.
Okay. Yeah, short, please, because I think there's several questions waiting.
I have a lot of respect for activists. I've always thought activists were just crazy people who wanted to get to jail or be persecuted. I'm not an activist, despite all the things I've gone through. But I am a person for change. When my parents sent me to school, they were expecting change in my life, that I'd come out of primary school with a lot more changing to my thinking. So all through my life, I've been a person for change. They sent me to a church to change my behavior. Wow, I went to the wrong church, I tell you. They sent me to higher education, again, for change. So I became a journalist for change because I felt that I could write a story that bring changes to the lives of people. So I'm for change. Activists are a little bit too sophisticated for me. But I think all of us can be for something to change in the lives of our people.
We have a lot of questions waiting. Please, second row, yeah? And then I'll come to you, then I'll come to you, and then I'll try and come to you. Let's see how many we can fit in. Please, short, if you can.
Thank you. My name is Safa. I'm from the Maldives, and I am a women's rights advocate. So my question is to Neha, actually. I think you are very much familiar with the Maldives context, and in the recent elections, actually, there was a lot of misinformation and disinformation that was spread, and a lot of online hate that was spread within the Maldives media ecosystem. And so we did a lot of youth political participation programs, whereby young people that we encountered, they were saying that, you know, first-time voters, 18-year-olds and 19-year-olds were saying that we are not going to vote. And the first thing that came to my mind was, for a second-time or for a third-time voter, we know why we don't want to vote. But for a first-time voter, it was kind of very shocking that why they don't want to vote. And they were saying to me that they were reading all these rhetorics on media and social media. And also, my question to you and to all the panelists, of course, is how we can encourage young people to, you know, participate in the elections, and what role the media can play. And maybe I would like to hear from your experience. Thank you.
Thank you for that question. I do want to say, like I said, that anyone who says we don't want to vote has the privilege to not vote because they don't have anything at stake. Young people have a lot at stake, and that is the reason why they should go ahead and take part of it. If you're not aware of your privilege, if you are not getting safe drinking water, you can buy a bottle of water. If you don't have electricity, you can buy a backup system. If you don't have public health care, you can go to private hospital. If you don't have good public education, you can go to a private hospital. Then there is privilege, then there's nothing at stake. But most young people do not have that privilege, and that is worth talking about. So yes, definitely that, yeah. And the other thing I also feel is that this thing of not wanting to vote is also a reflection of how in many of our democracies, there's a decline of institutions that were supposed to be a fair that was supposed to deliver justice. For example, where I come from, the courts are compromised, the police is compromised, the government has no political will to fix it, and of course is complicit in this decline. So that is also sort of putting this, but like many people said here, young people, they will change, and they have to know that this is what is going to change things for them. Yeah.
There, please.
Thank you, sir. My name is Peter Fa'alongo. I was the editor of the Samoa Times. My question is, where was the Commonwealth Foundation? The reason I ask that is that when we started, thanks to the East-West Centre, who provided training, thanks to the German Foundation, who also provided funds to help us set up BINA and for training of journalists. The decline of freedom of expression in Samoa, I know something about. I have the distinction of the only journalist banned from Parliament. My offense, I was nodding too robustly when the chairman of the Privileges Committee was telling the House that they were wrong, I was right. There was no offense.
If you could come to the question, please.
My question, I'm leading up to it, where was the foundation? Where is it now? Why is it not funding training? Because the simple reason is because of social media and everybody is, the readers, look what's happening in Samoa. Only one newspaper, the Samoa Times, or the Samoa Observer. Everybody else turns to social media.
Okay, let's get to the question. Why is there no funding for training? Anyone? We'll leave it till the later session, but we'll come back to that. The gentleman on the left, yeah?
Hi, Victor Purton. I was particularly moved by each of the speakers. My parents lived under Stalin and Hitler and were refugees to Australia, and they valued free speech beyond anything else in our family's ethos. However, in Australia now, and in the United States, the United Kingdom, the media is so grueling and negative. Young people have switched off. They're getting their news from Instagram, they're getting their news from Snapchat. And Stephen Pinker, the head of psychology at Harvard, has shown that since the 1970s, the news has gone from balanced, 50-50 good, bad, to now 90% bad. So young and old are switching off. So my question to the panellists is there the possibility of more balance in the media, the light and the shade that will draw both young people and old people back so that you've got the support and the revenue you need to undertake your mission?
A short response from someone, because we have one more question, we have to wrap up soon.
Yeah. I don't think they're switching off the news. They're just switching to the news they were used to. They have created their own news platforms. So I just want to mention that nobody is switching off from any news. They're creating a whole new area of news where they listen to, where they get their information. And that shift is a shift that we live with today. And that shift is when media, traditional media, need the capture and come in with the training in journalism to produce the news that young people and older people have left.
I want to quickly say one thing, which is, I think a lot of us sitting here will still make a distinction between who's a journalist and who's a social media influencer or a content producer. Most people don't do that now, across ages. And that is a crisis for all of us to also understand, because if all the content, for example, Instagram, everything is transactional, something is being sold to you, the kind of travel you should do, the kind of food you should eat, and then comes the question of public interest, because that social media world or those tech companies sort of media world does not have public interest in the forefront, unlike what a journalist is trained for. And so which is why when I say, even our traditional media is trying to make money because it's corporate media, so focusing on urban rich, Instagram is also doing that. So Instagram will show you stories about wellness. So I was told in the news organization where we were working that we have to do stories around wellness, which means how to lose your tummy in 10 days, but nothing about public health. And the same thing appears on, for example, social media, where there's no conversation about marginalization, there's no conversation about workers' rights, labor, agrarian crisis, but it's all something that can be sold to you, a lifestyle or something. So that is a crisis that everybody, all of us sitting here, we may be making a distinction between what is authentic reporting and journalism, but most people are not, and that is a crisis that needs to be addressed.
Okay, last question, please. Yeah.
My name is Ugonna. I'm from the Commonwealth Human Rights Initiative. So my question is a little bit difficult, but I'm going to ask it anyway. Yesterday, we were told by the former Prime Minister that Talofa with a smile means that public officials are public servants. And by public servants, it means that they are accountable to the people. Now, it also means that they should be open to public scrutiny. So why is it then that the public servants who are accountable to the people are seeking to repress the people that they are accountable to? Why are they harassing journalists and attacking journalists, intimidating them because they are seeking to scrutinize their work? And the reason they do that is because they do not understand that they are public servants. They don't see themselves as public servants. Now, the question I have then is, how can we use the media platform, your platform as media and journalists, to encourage our governments to see their position of public service as a position of accountability and not of control? That's my question. And yesterday, I had another question which wasn't answered, and which, moderator, you mentioned today, when I talked about hate speech and false news, that the social media digitalization has become a main method of communication these days, and we are beginning to see governments shutting down internet and shutting down social media because of issues around hate speech and false news. And I asked the question, how do we balance that hate speech with the need to safeguard freedom of expression?
How do we safeguard, how do we balance this? A short response from someone, and then we'll wrap up.
Thank you for raising that point about internet shutdowns, because we've been seeing that. Like I said, we've seen a spate of protests in India in the last 10 years, and we've seen a number of internet shutdowns. We've had a state, called Jammu and Kashmir, which is now Union Territory, and once it was made a Union Territory in 2019, the state did not have internet access for almost 2 years, a full state. So this is something that we are dealing. So safeguarding freedom of expression, I also feel that these are the things that are not spoken about globally. Also, I also feel because India is a market and people don't want to mess up with the market, and so don't want to talk about what is happening with people. Or the fact that during COVID in one of the states, our labor rights were suspended for 3 years, and globally there was no conversation about the fact that you could be made to work for 18 hours and the government is suspending labor rights for 3 years. So safeguarding is also important when we globally not just look at what is happening within our countries, but if something's happening in the other country, also take cognizance of the fact that all the autocrats are going to use that as a template in various governments. We see something that happened in Brazil being replicated in India under the same situations. So taking cognizance of the fact that if public interest is not at the heart of any of these activities, and there is a playbook that is being made to crush that dissent, to crush those voices, that will also come to us, it will also happen to us, none of us are safe. So that acknowledgement is absolutely, absolutely important.
I'm going to wrap up now, but I will end with asking each of you just one short response to where we should go now. I'll come to that. I'll just talk about what we've traversed during this very exciting journey. We've talked about what courts do, how courts are weaponized. We've talked of power being in the hands of the people, cancel culture, calling in, of restoring values, of painting with a spirit of joy, and that the best antidote is participation. We've talked about colonial laws and what they do, about voting and why people have lost interest in vote. And we've reminded ourselves that young people have a lot at stake. refugee issues have come up. We've talked about how technology companies control both the media and our lives, and about public servants and whether public servants realize what their role is. And we've talked about public service being at the heart of everything. One of the things which we perhaps could have talked about, we don't have time for that, but I'd leave it to you to mull over, is that in a lot of these situations, the powerful entities have a revisionist history. History is actually being remade and reshaped, and our own perception of who we are and where we're going is controlled by corporates and governments. So that is something we would consider. One of the things that came up, which I think is important and not to be lost, is creativity. We are creative people, and that is a very powerful tool. And I'm reminded of a situation in Nepal when, during the Maoist insurgency, the monarchy had initiated the rule that news channels could not report news, they only could do entertainment. And on television, two news anchors came up and they sang the news to one another. I thought it was brilliant. You know, we need to find those ways of getting around. I mean, at the end of the day, they're not as smart as we are. And we need to take that into account. But I'll come back. One last point for any one of you that's crying out that we need to talk about.
I would like to say, for me, Khalifa's challenge to us about how we define activists is the most important thing. We have to break the idea that activists are only people who occupy oil rigs or, you know, change themselves onto fossil fuel infrastructure, important though that might be. You, to me, Khalifa, you're an activist. Everything that comes out of your mouth, every perspective you... So basically, people who are committed to change, people who believe the status quo is broken, that we have to get off fossil fuels, we have to have gender equity and democracy. So long as we hold those values, they should be seen as part of the change-making world. And maybe we should stop using the word activists and only talk about change-makers, or maybe we do it the other way. It doesn't matter. These are just English words. Many of us, you know, come from different language traditions. We should really create an inclusive way in which we broaden the tent so everybody feels that they can be part of it. Thank you.
Kalafi, the activist.
I just want to close with just a story about creativity, how needful that is. And all of us, probably at one time or another, in situations where we can actually reach out and be creative. When we were in jail, we were not allowed to make contact with people on the outside. Our pen, paper, radio, anything was taken away from us. However, if somebody from the outside came to give us food, the warden will come in and want me to sign a paper that food had been delivered. So after a couple of times, I said to the warden, he said, okay, I just keep your pen. He says, oh yeah, keep your pen, you know. I don't need that pen. So I had a pen. Now I need paper. And I went in and they just had in Tonga popular these thick American toilet papers. And so I used those toilet papers to write our stories for the newspapers. For 3 weeks, our stories, which were very hot, were written on toilet papers. And how did I get them on the outside? Every time somebody came in to deliver food, I would give them a hug and put the toilet papers down their pocket. And so the authorities were going on, they're in jail, are they still writing stories? And that has been called our toilet paper stories. I end with that.
Not a shitty story at all. Lance.
Two things for me. The outcome. I'm interested in the outcome out of this session and the CHOCOM 2024. I think the first question related to what was raised by the gentleman here on this side is what is the Commonwealth doing to uphold its principle of media freedom and a free flow of information and democracy? I relate to your introduction that it's getting bad to worse in Bangladesh. There are issues of journalists and editors who are actually being jailed in Bangladesh, including the Vice President of the Commonwealth Journalists Association, Shatal Dutta, who is now in prison for what they called trumped-up murder charges, which means that if the media covers an activity that is about the funeral of somebody who was tragically killed, it means somebody would have to be put in jail. So the question is the Commonwealth going to uphold its core values and its core principles? Secondly, for us in the Pacific, it's far and wide our relationship with the Commonwealth in London. Our suggestion and our proposal is, why can't we set up, as an outcome of this, a Pacific Commonwealth media initiative for the Pacific region? We leave it to Africa, we leave it to Asia, whether they would like to set up something similar. And this would actually monitor and advocate for the media principles that will be adopted by the Commonwealth leaders later this week. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And to the author of the book, you.
I just want to say that with the media, there has to be, the Commonwealth has to push for an intersectional approach, because apart from a lot of generic conversations about freedom of expression, it is very specific to indigenous communities, it is very specific to certain castes, it is very specific to certain classes. There's no conversation, and there is a systemic invisibilization of the people on the margins, and there has to be a very committed effort to bring people from across sections on the board to be able to talk about it, and that has to be #1 priority.
We were allocated 90 minutes. It's precisely 90 minutes. You've been a fantastic audience. All yours.
Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you, moderator, for a thought-provoking session. I got lots of poetry written in that session. So it is now lunchtime, but before I release you, this is your last chance to vote for that 15-year-old who's got a photo out there and no one has yet voted for them. I just completely made that up, but I'm pulling on your heartstrings, creativity. There is 2 delegate-led sessions starting at 1 o'clock, 1 to 1:45. The first is Decriminalise, a human rights-based approach to criminal law in the modern Commonwealth. And the second session is Civil Society and the Intergovernmental Commonwealth. Both start at 1 o'clock and go to 1:45. Lunch is from 12:30 to 1:45. Our final session begins here at 1:55. I'm just taking a leaf out of Terry's book. Right, it starts at 2 o'clock, 2 to 3:30, our Commonwealth, our future, back here. See you all then. One more hand of applause for our brave, courageous change makers. Thank you.
Test. Testing 1, 2, sound check, video check. More.
Malo Lele. Malo Lele, Talo Falawa. Greetings to everyone. Thank you for cutting your lunch short and join us now for these sessions. I'm Sally Lola here from the Pacific Islands Associations of NGOs, a regional platform of umbrella NGOs across the Pacific in 24 countries and territories. So I'll be kind of chair this beautiful and lovely people that are going to be sharing their insight into what does it look like for the independent forum of Commonwealth organization that brings the Commonwealth accredited organizations as the one body that represents the civil society organization, the Commonwealth. And we had actually made submissions to the CHOCAM. Some of you have seen the submissions that has been placed outside the table. It has been sent around respecting and revitalizing the Commonwealth commitment to civil society. From the Pacific, there have been two things that we recognize civil society. One is our advocacy voice, which is seen as our political voice of civil society, and the others that we are quite well known for is the implementations for impact. So those are the different roles that we civil society are putting forward to the Commonwealth in terms of our respective role that we play in making our world a better place. We have with us a number of representations from different organizations, and so we don't have a lot of time, so I will be just like get into inviting our colleagues here. Richard Reiser from the Commonwealth Disability People's Network to kickstart our conversation with us today. Over to you, Richard.
Yeah, it's working. Okay, I'm very pleased to be on this panel. The Commonwealth Disabled People's Forum is a relatively new member of the IFCO organisation, independent Commonwealth Forum of Commonwealth Organisations. We couldn't really join until we were accredited. We did form 2007, but the Commonwealth didn't really think we were up. That is, disabled people, 430 million people around the world, were not up to be represented for about 10, maybe 13 years. So that, to me, was a bit worrying, given how much to get accredited. When we did get accredited, it was good, but I did expect to get more from the Commonwealth than just being accredited. But apparently some years ago, any funding that might come our way had been diverted somewhere else, which would have been quite useful to get ourselves going. Anyway, we have funding now from our own government and others, and we do find IFCO useful, but I think it should have a much bigger role within the Commonwealth. Commonwealth doesn't really exist other than a collection of governments if we don't actually listen to the citizens of the Commonwealth in their variety and all of the different diversity that they have, which is represented both professionally and different interest groups. And we are a big interest group, and we feel we're still fighting very hard to get listened to. People on the forum have supported us in trying to get a disability inclusion action plan through this CHOGM, but I have to say that the Secretariat have been blocking it throughout, and I don't understand why, as 55 of the 56 countries are already committed in law to represent and implement the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities, and all we're putting forward is an action plan. That's been problematic, but we thank our colleagues for that support, and perhaps Louis can say why we're having such difficulty. I don't understand it. But my wider take on this is that really the Commonwealth needs to listen more to the voice of the various representative groups that many of whom have been speaking at this forum. But we need to have a space where that's going on all the time, not just when we meet once every 2 years. And that's why I think there needs to be a firmer and stronger relationship as put forward in the document that you've got, and which we very much need. Fundamentally, this is we are the canary in the mine of the human rights that the Commonwealth says it stands for and its charter. If we, the representatives of the various civil society organisations, are saying, hang on, there's something wrong here, it seems to me the Commonwealth needs to be listening, because we're the ones nearest to the people who are affected by this. And that was very clearly shown in the last debate that we had on the freedom of the press. There needs to be a much stronger way of getting these views across to the Commonwealth, to the ministers of the Commonwealth, so that they can actually take action on it. Because it's no good just passing resolutions and then doing nothing about it. Because the world is changing fast, and the Commonwealth is a force for good in the world. It's the only organisation which now represents democratic countries across the world. Some might argue about some of those countries, how democratic they are, but they are committed to those principles. You couldn't find another 56 countries that had the same set of commitments. And therefore, this is the light for the future of the world, is in the Commonwealth. And therefore, it needs to listen to its civil society organisations, and it needs to listen to what's being put forward in our document. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Richard. At the end of the sessions, I will ask Owen to summarize a lot of the conversation, so I would not make any reference to the speakers, but now I'm going to invite Dr. Luz to Franceschi, Assistant Secretary General of the Commonwealth Secretariat, to provide some perspective. Over to you, sir.
Thanks a lot. Good afternoon, Excellencies, friends, delegates, simple people, because you are the grassroots and you represent the people who have to be listened to. It's very true. What Richard has just said is work in progress. But it's good to understand what's the Commonwealth, the modern Commonwealth. Well, we all remember, perhaps if we have done history, and there are people here who are eminent historians, the imperial conferences. And at the end of the 1800s, the prime ministers of realms were saying, we don't want an imperial council, because the UK was pushing for that. They said, we want our autonomy. These are imperial conferences. This developed over time until 1949, when India decided to become a republic. And this was the first time a country in the Commonwealth was leaving the king to become a republic. And this threw everyone off balance, because Bhutan had tried and had failed. Said, you cannot join because you have left the king, who is the head of the Commonwealth, as head of state. Of course, India was half of the Commonwealth, actually more than half. And they changed the rules, and that was the birth of the modern Commonwealth. This kept on going until 1964, when African countries decided. 3 presidents came to London to say at different moments they wanted to leave the Commonwealth. Kenneth Kaunda from Ghana, Kwame Nkrumah from Zambia, and Julius Nyerere from Tanzania. And they said, we come to leave the Commonwealth. Why? Because we don't agree to be part of an organization that is embedded in the Foreign Office of the UK. We fought for independence for something, and we can't be part of the Foreign Office. This threw the government in panic, and the Queen, Elizabeth II, had a brilliant idea. As magnanimous as she was, and so much love for the Commonwealth, she gave the Commonwealth one of her houses, Marlborough House, as the headquarters of the Commonwealth Secretariat, and then the Commonwealth Foundation. And this step made these countries remain happily as equals, 56 countries which are equal. So when people tell me, well, you have come from Britain to tell us, it's true I have come from Britain because that's the headquarters, but it's not Britain telling you anything. It is the 56 countries together. Now, of course, how do we listen more? How do we work better with the accredited organizations? Being an intergovernmental organization, it has always been a challenge for any multilateral organ to work and listen to the accredited organizations, the civil society. I remember in UNEP being there in the late 90s. It was very much like the United Nations General Assembly, where everyone talks and nobody listens. So on the last days, they would open the partitions and allow the civil society to talk, but nobody was listening. In the United Nations General Assembly, it's worse because there are even countries and leaders are going to talk, but nobody listens. And they're speaking with a green marble behind, speaking to the cameras. The room is half empty because they have all left for bilateral meetings, and nobody is listening. So, well, we are in a world that is polarizing itself. So how do we help the situation? How can we listen more? Well, I think many times is a matter of, with a clever mind, think, how can I be constructive? And in that, we have to have better conversations. We have had in the Commonwealth Secretariat a forum to listen, some meetings every now and then to listen to ideas from civil society, from accredited organizations. Well, we have perhaps to structure this better and work better and closer with the Commonwealth Foundation to listen. But you also have to listen to us. So what are the gaps? Because we are the subjects of the governments. We are you could say, the victims of government decisions. The Commonwealth Secretariat cannot have any initiative if it doesn't come from a government. As soon as you open your mouth and you say, well, this can be done, oh my God. And it's part of the problem of the Secretary General. The more ideas she has, the more guilty, somehow liable she is, because in principle, everything is pushed by governments. So there are some beautiful examples of initiatives that have moved forward. For example, I'm thinking now of the role of the media in good governance and the Commonwealth principle of freedom of expression. It was a painful delivery. It took several years. It took many attempts to change the principles, and one government wanted to grab the thing and modify it because they did not agree, but in the end, they passed through the ministers of the law ministers, they were adopted, and now at this CHOGM, they will be adopted formally by the heads. That is an incredible plus, thanks to the Commonwealth Journalists Association. The Commonwealth Lawyers Association, they have done incredible things as well. They have been pushing initiatives, innovation in justice, digitization, and they are very sort of attentive to what are leaders asking the Commonwealth Secretariat and how can we do it. The Commonwealth Forum for disabled people, well, they have now the plan of implementation. They have pushed all the countries of the Commonwealth to ratify the convention, and now implementation. How do we get it out of the drawers into the streets? And it's a painful process. I mean, Richard has suffered because you are presenting to the foreign ministers, suddenly the foreign ministers, no, why is this? The officials, why is... then, okay, we are doing this, no, now you can't, but nothing is lost. Okay? It's like the sea battling the stones, and in the end, sand comes out. So with those wonderful examples, we keep moving. And that partnership has to, do not lose hope. I always say we cannot guarantee success, but we guarantee failure by giving up. So giving up is not an option. And help us to help ourselves, meaning to listen more attentively. It's very easy to criticize, to destroy, but it's very hard to construct and more expensive. So therefore, try to identify those areas where you can make an impact and you can help what countries want from the Commonwealth grow in a way that we help countries help themselves. Because you are the people in the end. But you know very well that some governments are not very open to the people as they should be. It's a battle we continue, and we are happy to help you in every way possible and to learn our lessons. It's part of the game, and we are there for that. And anything we do, believe you me, is we follow the principle we have in the Secretariat. We have the copyright, you have the right to copy. But we expect the same from you. Good ideas you have, we will copy them and sell them to governments, always for the good of the people we serve. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. I would like to give this opportunity to Dr. Anne Kelleher, the Director General of the Commonwealth Foundation, to provide her reflection.
Thanks very much to our moderator and to everyone on the panel. It's lovely to be here. I've spent the last couple of days sitting in the front row, so it does feel a bit strange to be on this side. And actually, I think I'd almost prefer to be on the front row. But the last couple of days has also put me in a position of feeling incredibly optimistic about the power of the people of the Commonwealth, the 2.7 billion citizens of this great gathering of humanity. And I think it's really important for us to be, to maybe just, I don't know how many people here are aware of how this part of the Commonwealth works, and so I'm just going to take a minute, and I'm sorry if I repeat things that others know all too well. So one of the defining features of our Commonwealth, something that makes it different to other intergovernmental organisations, is this idea that we are more than a club of countries, more than a group of 56 member states, that this is a collaboration of the people. And probably there's a couple of manifestations of that again sets the Commonwealth apart from other intergovernmental organisations. One of them is the fact of the Commonwealth, of the Commonwealth Foundation. So I don't know another intergovernmental organisation that has as one of its pillar an intergovernmental body that's specifically mandated to advance the interests of the people. And we take that mandate and we run it just as hard as we possibly can. Another manifestation of the Commonwealth difference, if I can call it that, is this network of professional organisations and civil society organisations that bring the people to Commonwealth processes. So they bring the people to Togam through the People's Forum, through the other forums, and through their own activism. They bring the voice of the people to the Commonwealth ministerial processes. They bring the people to initiatives such as this new one on principles around freedom of expression and freedom of the media. So I am so invested in our Commonwealth accredited organisations as one manifestation of the great Commonwealth difference. I do think it's really important to appreciate that even with all of their depth and diversity, the Commonwealth accredited organisations are not fully representative of Commonwealth people as a whole, of the 2.7 billion people of the Commonwealth. And I think that that's a healthy thing. That's completely fine. The Foundation works very closely with the accredited organisations. We work most closely with those that are working within our areas of focus, which are climate justice, health justice, and freedom of expression. But we also reach out much more broadly to the people of the Commonwealth. We didn't you know, we couldn't have relied on the accredited organisations, for example, to get the 2.7 million people looking at the People of the Commonwealth video, for example. We couldn't have just relied on the accredited organisations, even though they were so valuable in getting the tens of thousands of Commonwealth citizens actively involved in developing what's coming out of the People's Forum. So it's a partnership which can't be an exclusive partnership. I'm so grateful for the work of the accredited organisations. I think IFCO which is the umbrella organisation that brings together most of them, performs an absolutely valuable service. And I want to thank Nicholas, who's not here with us, who does such a great job in steering that. I've gone to every single IFCO meeting that I've been invited to for the last 5 years and 3 months, because I see the accredited organisations as so important. So, yep, I should probably leave it there, because there's a few of the actual accredited organisations that haven't had a chance to speak yet. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anne. I'd like to take this opportunity to invite Menshu Talan from the Common Age to share.
Thank you so much. Well, I represent Common Age. That's the only association for aging across the Commonwealth. We were registered in 2013 and accredited in 2017. And we work on a twin track approach of advocacy and hand-holding on the ground level. So advocacy is to governmental policies, and hand-holding is to peak associations of the individual countries, where we increase standards of care and the living standards of older persons through initiatives like train-the-trainer program, etc. We registered with IFCO on 2017 itself after our accreditation, and we are really very thankful that the value that we got, that IFCO brings to the table in terms of correlations and partnerships that works with other associations and gives us mutual support. So our twin track approach of advocacy resulted in getting a special envoy for aging after, going constantly requesting the foundation and the secretariat that, look, we require a special envoy for aging. And as Dr. Anne Gallagher rightly said, that it's a partnership. It's a matter of hearing and giving and taking. And yes, we do have a very positive response on that, Dr. Anne Gallagher. Thank you so much for that. And we do have a special envoy now in place for aging, Professor Dame Carol Black. Our twin track approach of train-the-trainer initiatives and the dementia report, which we just published, which was on the panel discussion today at 8 a.m., and the healthy aging roadmap, which is going to be launched tomorrow on Wednesday, are all initiatives that we have had along with on the twin track approach of advocacy. And to this end, I must say that it has been well received. And we are now going to use the Office of the Special Envoy, and we wish that the Special Office of the Envoy uses us, Common Age, as her back office, because we represent exactly the work she does. And I completely endorse what you just said, what is just being said about the 3 pillars of that are fundamental to this movement of Commonwealth Foundation. And accredited associations are one of the pillars of that 3 pillars of the foundation. Perhaps maybe they could be more recognized as also one of the firm pillars of the foundation. And perhaps IFCO could be made the voice of the accredited association that could represent so that it has more resonances that have to the working of the foundation. And if I may, if possible, the annual reports of all the accredited organizations could be made visible to all the associations, associations on our special section of the of an accredited organization section on the Commonwealth website, so that all of us can have access to that annual reports, which today is only accessible through Huddle and which may have limited access. So perhaps just some few of the points that, I just taking the opportunity since you just mentioned that. So that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'll give the floor now to Sena to share her stories.
Thank you. So I'm Sneh Arora from the Commonwealth Human Rights Initiative, which is an accredited organization that works for the practical realization of human rights within the Commonwealth. I've been asked to share a good example of how initiatives led by civil society resulted in progress within the Commonwealth, and I hope change eventually within the Commonwealth. Many of you know that the Commonwealth states will be adopting the principles on freedom of expression and the role of media in good governance this week. We're very excited about that. Many of you may not know, however, that this was instigated by a group of Commonwealth civil society organizations, and Louis made mention of that, and so did Anne. So just to give you a bit of background, because I think this is very important of how the persistence and dedication of accredited organizations has resulted in where we are now. So in 2016, the Commonwealth Journalists Association was concerned about the general deterioration in legal protections and the working environment for journalists within the Commonwealth. They set up a group to draw up a set of principles that address these issues, while at the same time building on the existing commitments that were already in place within the Commonwealth, like the Latimer House Principles and the Commonwealth Charter, as well as the commitments that Commonwealth states had made to abide by international human rights law. So this working group was set up, this working group on media freedoms and good governance. It was led by the Commonwealth Journalists Association. The Commonwealth Human Rights Initiative was there as well, with the Commonwealth Lawyers Association, the Commonwealth Legal Education Association, the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, and the Institute for Commonwealth Studies. So this group, after some deliberation, as well as consultation with experts around the world, drew up a set of principles in 2018. And these principles were quite comprehensive. We wanted these principles to be adopted by the Commonwealth, but it was 3 years later, in 2021, that these media principles that were drafted by this working group of civil society organizations, they were considered by a state-led expert working group, which resulted in the set of principles on media, on freedom of expression that we have now being placed before heads of government. So in the process of developing these new principles, the CGA and the CHRI were invited to contribute their expertise. So we did observe the proceedings, we contributed where we were asked to contribute, and the result was that these principles were adopted unanimously by the law ministers meeting, by the law ministers at their meeting in Mauritius in November of 2022. And then they're now expected to be adopted this week. So though they are not perfect, they are a very good start. We see the principles as an opportunity to review, for states to review and ensure that their legal frameworks and practices are aligned with international standards. I think that effective implementation is the next step. And this is also an opportunity for continued state and civil society engagement. How are we going to implement these media principles? Thank you.
Thank you, Sina. I'll ask Alison to also add.
Thank you very much. My name is Alison Duxbury, and I am the former chair of the International Board of the Commonwealth Human Rights Initiative, and also a professor at Melbourne Law School. Owen has given me a very brief, and that is I have 3 minutes to talk about the way in which the relationship between the Commonwealth Ministerial Action Group, CMAG, and civil society could be activated in terms of protecting and promoting civil society. So that gives me 3 points. The first point is, what is CMARG? So the Commonwealth Ministerial Action Group is a group of Commonwealth foreign ministers which was established as a group back in the 1990s and is designed to deal with serious or egregious breaches of Commonwealth principles. Now, when it was first established, it very much concentrated on unconstitutional changes of government, so violations of democracy of the most obvious kind. Its mandate has been extended over the years to deal with persistent and serious breaches of the Commonwealth's political values. And so this gives you a broad brush, if you like, of the Commonwealth Ministerial Action Group. It is what I'm going to call the Commonwealth's main enforcement arm, if you like, about the Commonwealth's values. That perhaps probably glosses over some of the other work it does in its meetings, but that's how I'll characterise it at the moment. So in terms of the 2 points I want to make about CMARG and civil society, the first one is, I think, that its processes could be improved in terms of enabling and articulating the way in which civil society contributes to its operations. And I mean by this the role of civil society in making submissions to CMARG about matters that are or should be in front of it in terms of serious violations of Commonwealth values, including human rights. Now, those submissions are made by civil society, I know, because Commonwealth Human Rights Initiative has made them in the past, but I think it could be clearer about how CMARG could be clearer about the way in which civil society could make much submissions, and also the way in which they might contribute or be accredited to being part of that process. That leaves to the side perhaps another way that that could happen in the Commonwealth, which I have not been asked to speak about, so I won't, and that is whether or not the Commonwealth should have a Commonwealth Human Rights Commissioner. And I know that there is one other person in this room who is far more qualified to speak about that than me. So that brings me to the third point, and that is, well, what about violations of human rights that particularly affect civil society organisations, and how could they substantively be reflected in the work of the Commonwealth Ministerial Action Group? Now, the Commonwealth Charter recognises the crucial role of civil society in the Commonwealth, and we've just heard about that crucial role from a number of other speakers. And obviously things such as freedom of association, freedom of expression, and we had a very powerful session on that earlier today, are crucial to the role of civil society in the Commonwealth, or indeed in any organisation. Now, despite the fact that CMARG in its enforcement arm, that is when it has actually sanctioned members, has concentrated on unconstitutional changes of government, usually by a military coup, that does not mean that it has not discussed other issues. So, for example, during the pandemic, there was recognition by the group of the violations of human rights that were caused in the pandemic, including the increase in gender-based violence. As well as that, in the past, we've seen in relation to a specific country situation, and here I'm talking about the Maldives, there was actually a recognition of the fact that there was a need to improve the space for civil society as part of the initiatives that need to be taken by that state for improvements in democracy. So given that the Edinburgh Communique, going back to 2007, talked about the membership criteria of the Commonwealth, included democracy, included the recognition of civil society as part of that democracy, it would seem therefore appropriate that when it comes to the arm that is dealing with the enforcement of democracy, that violations that substantively affect the role of civil society's participation in the organisation are also on the agenda. That's it from me.
Thank you very much. May I ask everyone to put your hands together and give a warm clapping appreciation of the sharing from the floor. I have to make the call not to ask for any questions or remarks because we are running out of time. We have Owen to provide the summary, but perhaps from a little bit of a Pacific flavor to the discussions. That in August, end of August this year, the leaders, our Pacific leaders, were meeting in Tonga. In a civil society, we're having a meeting like this. And there were two things that they have actually recognized. The discourse in the sustainable development work that we have seen at the global level required healing because of the injustices. Yeah? And we're not talking about healing in terms of our spiritual healings, and it speaks to the civic space. You know, the opportunity for people to come together and talk about the injustices that they face and trying to find solutions together. And so that's one. The other one that they have actually raised, the space for civil society to come together, that government need to invest in those spaces. We often find that people are coming around and ask us, civil society, what do you want? We don't know. Or our positions are all contradicting each other. We need to come together and build that kind of solidarity. And I'm reference to yesterday's sessions where they said solidarity is sacred. And that is where our civil society space is crucial, particularly building relationship and building our solidarity. That's just a little bit of Pacific flavor to the discussion that we have now. And I'll invite Owen to come and sum up our discussion. Thank you very much for listening.
I want to start, my name is Owen Tudor from the Commonwealth Trade Union Group, and I want to start by saying thanks to our moderator, Siale, and also to all of our speakers this afternoon. We've heard good examples of what accredited organisations have contributed, and that the involvement of civil society is a vital third pillar for the Commonwealth. But the space for civil society is shrinking. Democratic space is shrinking. And we want the Commonwealth to respect and revitalise its commitment to civil society in practice, not just in words, although those words are always important. We will be driving that message home. You've probably all already got at least one copy of this statement from the Independent Forum of Commonwealth Organisations, which represents accredited organisations. We'll be driving that message home with the new Secretary-General when she or he is selected at the end of the week, and we hope to have your active support in doing that. I am very sorry that we haven't been able to engage more constructively with the people in the room, but you're all entitled to join in with our IFCO sessions over the coming year or years until the next CHOGM, and we hope that you will do. Thank you very much indeed. And now Joni would like to tell me that we should all get ready for the next session. So if you need to leave your seat and go somewhere else, please do so. If you don't, you can sit where you are. Thank you very much.
Great.
All right. Good afternoon, everyone. We certainly hope that lunch was great. I hope that the sessions that you participated in were also great. We're going to invite you to kindly take your seats so that we can start our very next session promptly. Thank you for being in the room. We have all of our speakers ready, our moderators ready. So again, Talofa with a smile, welcome back. We invite you to kindly take your seats so that we may begin. Thank you. All right, good afternoon, everyone. So let's see if we can do this. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap 3 times. If you can hear me, clap 4 times. Then I guess that means everyone can hear me. Thank you so very much for participating. How was lunch? How was lunch? Was it good? Was it enough? It was Talofa with a smile. We love to hear that. If I could ask you one word, ladies and gentlemen. We had a fantastic morning. We had 2 great fire-filled sessions. One word to describe the first half of today. What would you say? One word. Wow. Sparky. Thought-provoking. Eye-opening. Love these words, and we will continue to do just the same. We absolutely loved the conversation. Certainly from the first half, I walked away with us just reinforcing and reiterating that catering or creating opportunities for people with disabilities is not a nice to have. It is imperative. It is necessary. It is mandatory. And if I may go even further and say, of all the people that I have the chance of meeting with and working with, people with disabilities happen to be some of the most innovative, and they have to be in a world that does not typically see them. And so what I will say is that people with disabilities are not looking for charity, they're not looking for pity. What they're looking for are equal and equitable opportunities to realize their ambitions. And I thought that was one of the greatest takeaways from earlier this afternoon. So now we move to the final session of the day. Take out your pads, your iPads. Let us get ready to dive into this session. The title, Our Commonwealth, Our Future. Our esteemed moderator, who I had the opportunity of meeting yesterday, is Sue Onslow, leading oral history practitioner. She lectured and taught at the London School of Economics between 1994 and 2012, and in the Department of War Studies, King's College London. From 2012 to 2023, she worked at the Institute of Commonwealth Studies in the School of Advanced Study, University of London. She was the lead interviewer on a major oral history project entitled An Oral History of the Modern Commonwealth, 1965 to 2012. She is a frequent media commentator on the Commonwealth, and we're so happy to have her here and to put her in charge. Put your hands together for our moderator, Sue Onslow.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you, Terry. I apologize for needing to adjust everything. I am not as tall as you will see. So I need to stand here so I can see you all. Colleagues, esteemed guests, I'm delighted to be moderating this last session on behalf of the Commonwealth Foundation, and we will be discussing the Commonwealth, its future. What more can we do? What more should be done? Now, when the wonderful, energetic, dynamic, irresistible Anne Gallagher asked me to moderate this session, she said, now, Sue, this is what I want you to do. Keep the focus on the Commonwealth. And as we all know, when Anne asks you to do something, you do it. So I'm delighted to be joined on this panel by gentlemen whom I'm going to describe as the elders. And by that, I mean the wise. This will include Justice Michael Kirby and Sir Anand Satyanan, whom I'm going to invite to join us, not necessarily in this order, and then I'm going to invite, if you like, the dynamic future of the present and future of the Commonwealth. So please, if I could ask Sir Anand Satyanan, former Governor-General of New Zealand with a long history of public service as a lawyer, academic, judge and politician. He also brings very close connections with the Commonwealth, having served as the chair of the Commonwealth Foundation, chair of the Commonwealth Election Observation Group in Papua New Guinea. Then I'm going to invite Justice Michael Kirby, a renowned and esteemed international jurist and educator from Australia, where he has held a series of high offices, culminating in being a judge in Australia's highest court. His international work has spanned decades and includes roles as lead investigator for the United Nations on the human rights situation in Cambodia and North Korea. Justice Kirby has deep connections with the Commonwealth, not least as being a member of the Eminent Persons Group in 2010-2011, and you see before you one of the architects of the Commonwealth Charter. So I'm... Please, may I also invite to join me on the podium Shomi Hassan Chowdhury, an award-winning Forbes 30 Under 30 activist in the water, sanitation and hygiene space. She co-founded the global NGO Awareness 360, through which she empowers young people across more than 40 countries in advancing the UN global goals. Shomi's connections to the Commonwealth are very strong as well. She's a former leader of the Commonwealth Students' Association, and as a professor at King's College, I know the power of students. Royal Commonwealth Society Fellow, Queen's Commonwealth Trust member, she's a member of the Commonwealth Election Observation Group to Pakistan. And please, may I invite Darian Nareen to join the panel. Darian is a social and development specialist, artiste, and social entrepreneur. He's the former vice chairperson for inclusion and engagement of the Commonwealth Youth Council. He's also the co-chair of the Commonwealth Youth Forum Task Force of 2022, and currently one of the Commonwealth Foundation's Civil Society Advisory Governors, representing the Caribbean region. And so, ladies and gentlemen, honoured guests, we come to the business of this final session. My sincere thanks to our wonderful hosts, the government and people of Samoa. I am truly honoured to be here. My sincere thanks also to the Commonwealth Foundation, to whom we owe this fantastic 2 days of energetic, energising discussion, sharing of ideas, and most of all, the energy and focus to go forward. The Commonwealth stands at a significant juncture in its history. I'm a historian of the Commonwealth. I know its multiple histories. I understand how it got to this point. But I really believe it does stand at an inflection point. As heads of government prepare to select a new Secretary General, many of us, and not simply the overwhelming number of young people in the Commonwealth, 1.8 billion young people, whose attitudes will surely determine its future relevance, are rightly questioning whether the Commonwealth, what is the Commonwealth? Whether the Commonwealth is equipped to address modern-day threats to democracy, peace, and the health of our planet. Now, today, in this session, with these knowledgeable, dynamic, intergenerational panel of speakers, we'll explore what a Commonwealth of the future could do, what it should look like, how the Commonwealth can strengthen democracy, foster economic development, and advocate for its most vulnerable member states. Now, the Commonwealth Foundation has been really at the forefront of pushing for public discussion around the future of this organisation. As Anne so eloquently put at the start, the idea of this two-day session has been to inspire fresh thinking, to generate ideas for words into action. This is not a talking shop, it's the chance for ideas and to strategize about how to achieve positive results. Last month, the Foundation was involved in organising a debate between the candidates for the next Secretary-General position. They followed up by requesting written responses from each of the candidates on those issues which are most pressing for Commonwealth society. So, these questions included the question of the Commonwealth's place on the global stage. What is the role of this organisation in an increasingly unstable, fractured and multipolar world? Secondly, how can the Commonwealth demonstrate practical solidarity with its small and vulnerable members? Thirdly, is there a role for the Commonwealth in addressing historical injustices, including those wrought by slavery and colonialism? Fourthly, how do we make Commonwealth institutions, and including the Secretariat, how do we make these work better? And what responsibility should member states take for the current challenges to efficiency and effectiveness? Finally, and not lastly, how do we work to make real the idea of the Commonwealth as a values-led organisation, that membership of the Commonwealth is something precious? All international organisations need an idea. Is this the core idea? I believe that it is. So how do we make this real? So, reflecting on the Commonwealth's role, my questions to the panellists, and I have been instructed, please each keep your remarks to a couple of minutes. Tell us why you think the Commonwealth matters, and what do you think is the greatest threat to the continued relevance of the Commonwealth? So if I may begin with Sir Anand.
With a small greeting. I have...
One moment.
May I begin with a small greeting? I have a long-standing enthusiasm for the Commonwealth because I was born and lived in New Zealand. My parents come from Fiji and my grandparents came from India. And so being in a Commonwealth setting is something that I feel very warm about. I endorse your remarks regarding our wonderful hosts from Samoa, and note that Wananui-a-Kiwa, as we call it in New Zealand, the Pacific Ocean, washes this country, Australia, New Zealand, and many of the Pacific Islands. And before going to answer your question, I offer respects to the giants of leadership in the Commonwealth who have passed on, notably Her Majesty the late Queen and the late Sir Sonny Ramphal. I answer the question, why does the Commonwealth matter, in two parts. First, the Commonwealth matters because it answers the why question most easily. Other organisations answer the how question or the what question. Why does the Commonwealth matter? It's because the Commonwealth provides pathways for its countries for participation, involvement, assistance, and where necessary, action. The second part of my answer to your question is that the Commonwealth, now in its 60th year of iteration in its present form, has a substantial history of working well for now well over 50 countries. 50 years of operation since 1965, 10 years of operation since the Charter. And there is a phrase in my country, New Zealand, used by Māori people, which I think sums up what the challenge is for the future. The challenge, translated into English, says, walk backwards into the future. And what I mean by that is to say that the Commonwealth now has a solid history which can be relied upon to face the challenges of the future. And there is assistance available, and some of us will mention this later. The Charter document is now 10 years old and is durable and refers to vital things for the Commonwealth's style, the Langkawi Declaration and the Latimer House Principles, to mention just two. So I think the answer is the Commonwealth answers the why question.
Sir Anand, what do you think is the greatest threat to the Commonwealth, to its continued relevance?
Well, I think there are two. One is complacency, that it is such a comfortable, well-oiled organisation that it doesn't need to worry about its future. I think we have many experiences to say that complacency is like a cancer, and if we are complacent, we will not succeed. And then there is also another word not far away from complacency called apathy, and there is a disturbing amount of apathy even in the Commonwealth. The third possible challenge, I think, is allowing the Commonwealth to become a theatre of the West versus the rest. The Commonwealth at its best occurs when it is supporting and encouraging everyone from countries big and small to function, to see what their commonalities are and functioning together.
Thank you very much, Sir Anand. So you've emphasised that it's got a good backstory, that it has achieved positive aspects through collaboration, but we should be aware of the inertia, the apathy, and allowing it to become too much of a platform, or indeed infighting. If I could invite Darian now to make your remarks, please. Why do you think it matters? What are the greatest threats?
Thank you. Talofa with a smile. Wami oi. I hope I got that correct to my Samoan brothers and sisters out there. Happy to be here on this panel amongst everybody. So why does the Commonwealth matter? That is the question at hand here. And as a sociocultural specialist, development specialist, I take a more human-centric approach. And I say that the Commonwealth matters because of you. The Commonwealth matters because of you. If you could turn to the person to the left of you and the person to the right of you and say that the Commonwealth matters because of you. Do that now, really quickly. And I see smiles around the room. I see people energized after that. And I want to say a special thanks to all of you. It is because of the civil society organizations within the Commonwealth that the Commonwealth has relevance. It is because of the people who exist on the front lines, the people who exist with the grassroots. There's a political philosopher by the name of Gramsci who talks about the organic intellectual. And my friends, what the organic intellectual really is somebody who operates on the grassroots level and engages with people who might be in positions of power. They speak truth to hegemonic structures that exist both politically and socially. And you are the organic intellectuals because you are the people who exist amongst those within the grassroots, and you are the ones who speak truth to power. And I thank you for that. If nobody else has told you thank you, I thank you for that. And I'm grateful for your service to the people and to the Commonwealth. The Commonwealth matters because of your energy, because of your zeal, because of your vibes, as we say in the Caribbean. That is what drives the Commonwealth. So thank you, my friends, and continue and keep up the great work.
But Darian, what's the greatest threat then?
I'm inclined to agree with the wisdom of Sir Anand to the left of me here. The greatest threat is the erosion of values of democracy, the erosion of values of collaboration, of working together, and of unity. From time we lose sight of that, we lose sight of the tapestry that is the Commonwealth. We are a web, and that web, have you ever seen a spider web? And you watch that spider web and you see a strong wind blow, and that spider web is still staying there until you cobweb it and take it down with your broom. But usually a strong wind will blow and the spider web would still be there because it is woven so specifically and with great skill. And that is what we need to ensure that we have within the Commonwealth as well. We have to ensure that our interconnectedness is interwoven so well that if the strong wind blows, the web would not fall.
Thank you, Darian. So connectivity and no room for complacency. Show me, please, if I could ask you, what has worked well? What is the greatest threat?
Thank you. It's so hard to keep up with Darian's energy. I wish I sat on this side. Hello for everyone. So the question is, why does Commonwealth matter? I see the Commonwealth as a unique platform for civil society and young people to engage on critical issues. We've heard from so many different representatives of the over 80 accredited organizations within the Commonwealth. Both Darian and I have been quite involved with the Commonwealth Youth Program and its various networks. So I think the Commonwealth has something to offer for everyone. And that's why the Commonwealth matters to us. I kind of see the Commonwealth as a salad bowl. So if you think of a salad bowl, there are different vegetables, right? And each member state is like a vegetable. We have our own unique identity, it's different colors, it's different texture, different nutrients and vitamins and so on. But when we all live together and when we mix up all the vegetables, you can still pick them out and they would still be unique in its own identity. But then if you mix them up, it becomes a healthy salad bowl. So I think if we want to live a healthy life, we need the Commonwealth, and the Commonwealth needs to continue to matter. In terms of the threat, I think one of the biggest threats of the Commonwealth's relevance to the modern world is its lack of defending democracy within its member states, defending democracy and rule of law. I want to share a quick example, and yesterday the Honourable Prime Minister mentioned in her remarks to be fierce in our discussions, so please allow me to be fierce. Recently, I'm sure you've heard about what happened in Bangladesh, the July uprising, the students' movement. And I genuinely question the role of the Commonwealth in that movement. I was just Googling the statements that was released about this issue. Our former Prime Minister, the authoritarian regime, it fell on 5th of August. She resigned and she fled the country on 5th of August. And then on 6th of August, by that time, the movement started early July and it got really bad from 15th of July. 5th of August, she fled the country. 6th of August, there is a statement from the Commonwealth saying, we are really sorry we are closely monitoring what's happening in Bangladesh. We applaud the resilience of the people of Sonar Bangla. We are sorry about the loss, etc., etc. To me, that statement is absolutely meaningless because by that time, 1,000 plus students and members of the civil society have already been killed. So I think it's important that the Commonwealth takes a strong stance when it comes to its member states violating the laws of the very charter and the values that the Commonwealth claims to protect. So I think it's important that we not only put out empty statements and false gestures, but truly take timely action before it's too late, before we lose people.
Thank you, Shomi. And to me, as a historian, that's particularly powerful, given the importance of the Commonwealth at the independence of Bangladesh. So thank you very much. Sir Michael, please, if I could invite you to make your opening remarks.
my professional life, I was a judge. And when you're a judge and very learned others have come before you, all you have to do is say, "My lords, I agree." But I'm not going to agree. I'm going to put a different take on this. And it's a take that comes from my own life experience. Everyone in this room, or virtually everyone in the room, is one of the people of the Commonwealth. And the people of the Commonwealth authorised the Charter. Here is the Charter. This is a project in development. It isn't yet completed. And our job as citizens of the Commonwealth is to have a critical eye and not to be complacent and not to be self-satisfied. Now, fasten your seat belts, look for the smelling salts, because I'm going to tell you why I'm a little critical. When I was growing up in faraway Sydney, Australia, I discovered when I was about 9 that I was gay. G-A-Y. And that is a word that we haven't heard said in this conference today, up till now. It's something that hasn't been expressed. And that's really a shocker. I have every respect for those of a different point of view. Freedom of expression is part of the principles in the Charter. But from my point of view, we have been soft-stepping and soft-peddling this issue, and the Commonwealth has not been responding effectively to it. And we have to make sure that that is going to change. Because if we don't, then there's no doubt that the future of the Commonwealth must be uncertain, because when tested by something that was difficult, it failed. When I think of the growing up in Australia, the principle was very clear, ladies and gentlemen. The principle was, we'll leave you alone, we won't cause you too much trouble, but you have to be very, very quiet about yourself. You have to be very silent about your sexual orientation or gender identity. And that, it was only when that began to change, when people began to stand up, when people began to express the unfairness of their minority status, that things began to change. And so when we look at the issue that is before us, it draws lessons also from disability. And nobody who is LGBT wants charity, and nobody wants acceptance, nobody wants tolerance. That's a horrible word, tolerance. Just we put up with you. People, as human beings, insist on equality and on acceptance as part of the Commonwealth. And therefore, when I look at it, what's the danger? The danger is that this organisation, which has such a potential for good, will fade away. It won't be abolished in a rage by people who are upset. It'll just fade away because it hasn't grappled with the issues in the Charter. And I have to tell you how that came about. When the Charter was being drafted, I was given the task by the Eminent Persons Group, whose report is here, to try to draft the first draft, a rough draft. And I did that, and it was improved by the officials and accepted by the members, and it's a pretty strong document. But what we have to do is to make sure that the strength is translated from the page into action. And that means everywhere. And it means facing up to issues. So to Sir Colin's question this morning, what do you hope the Commonwealth will be courageous enough to do? I hope it'll be courageous enough to elect a Secretary-General whose heart and soul will be in this document, which gives meaning to the Commonwealth and gives a future to the Commonwealth and translates it from pious expressions of generalities into action on the ground. And that means action for everybody. Action for everybody. And this morning, the journalists stood up. We've had those who are with disabilities hand up to make the point of equal rights of all Commonwealth citizens. Well, now, I am not going to say all LGBT people in the room stand up because it might be a little bit embarrassing. But I say, metaphorically and spiritually, all of us should stand up for the equality of the citizenship of the Commonwealth.
Justice Kirby, thank you very much indeed. Colleagues, it's now a section in this detailed programme that I have kindly been handed by the Commonwealth Foundation to invite questions from the floor. Now, I must set ground rules to these contributions from the floor. Please, can they be framed as questions, not set speeches? And please, may I ask our wonderful Samoan hosts, representatives of Samoa, to be the first to engage in this discussion. So I'm looking round. Samoans, please. Here, please. Your microphone.
Talofatu. Malu nei tanga taftaila. Oleavanoa. I'm Dr. Cecilia Lailima, but I hold the chief titles of Amitunai and Fuimono at two villages that are very beloved to me. We thank you for coming out here. I raised my hand without really knowing what I'm going to say because we've been looking. But what I do want to address is that very issue that you brought up, because when, in Bangladesh and these issues come up from within a country, there tends to be that fear that we don't speak collectively to support what's happening internally within the country. And I would actually like to ask the panels, the others, what can we do? Where are we going with this? Because if we can't support what's happening internally within our communities, our member nations, I'm not sure how much we are able to do if we don't take that responsibility to collectively support on a timely basis.
Thank you very much indeed. A question to the panelists: what should be done to support situations and citizens such as in the recent case of Bangladesh? So Anand, what do you feel? What should the citizenry of the Commonwealth do?
Well, I agree with my colleague Justice Kirby that the Charter provides the pathway. As the Queen said when she signed the document, she said, "It will light the path of all those involved in the Commonwealth." And to answer your question, I think, with respect, the Secretary-General would be well minded if he or she were to pick up the Charter and to use it as the central document in their stewardship of being the Secretary-General.
Darian, what are your thoughts on this? What should be done in terms of providing solidarity and support, both physical, spiritual and practical, in such situations?
So I want to compare the Commonwealth to a team. And what do I mean by that? So one of my favorite teams is Manchester United. Oh, I heard all the reactions there. And that requires a lot of faith to support right now Manchester United. But why do I talk about a team? So if we look at the psychological stages of the development of a team, there's the forming stage, there's the norming stage, the storming stage, and then the storming stage, norming stage, then the performing stage. The Commonwealth has been in this interesting space where it's between storming and norming for many years, for many decades, since its inception. It's been storming, norming. But I feel as if we're on the cusp of really arriving at a place where we could be performing. The importance of really having an understanding of interconnectedness and having those conversations that are real within these spaces are so essential. Because when you bring realities here and people internalize it within these rooms, they too become supporters of your cause. So are we engaging truthfully? And are we engaging at the level that we need to be engaging with the partners, and I say partners intentionally, who are in this room? Because once we enter into this space, we should be viewing each other as partners as we move forward within the Commonwealth space. So especially in areas of political instability, in areas of threats to democracy, in areas of discrimination and exclusion, we need to ensure that we have all our partners on board as we continue to build this team towards a stage of performing. And my friends, I'm very optimistic. I think we are almost there to the stage where the Commonwealth will be a space of high performance. We've done a lot of work in decolonizing the spaces currently. So what the Commonwealth was maybe 40 years ago, it's not what it is today. And what it will be tomorrow will be something that we can all be proud of. And it's because of the work of everyone in this room.
Thank you, Darian. Justice Kirby, do you have views on what more should be done to support other Commonwealth countries and citizenships in crisis situations?
Well, I thought one point that was made earlier today was very important, and that was the mechanism. The British, in their cunning setting up of their empire and so on, knew that you had to have institutions to deal with problems. It wasn't good enough that you had a particular individual who had the get up and go and would deal with it. You had to institutionalize the solution of problems. And unfortunately, when we were drafting, when the Eminent Persons Group was drafting this document and drafting the idea of the document and finalising the words of the document, we suggested that it was not enough that it be left to the Secretary-General to implement. It required a commissioner. Just as in the United Nations, you have the Secretary-General of the United Nations, you have a High Commissioner for Human Rights. Now, why is that? It's because inevitably human rights issues can be controversial, and you therefore need someone who is a guardian, who is a leader that's going to deal with the hot potatoes. But the Secretary-General of the time, Kamalesh Sharma, although he had never told us that he had a problem with the idea of having a commissioner, and he was a lovely man and a good Secretary-General, but he then, at the meeting in Perth in 2012, he said, I don't think it's necessary. This can be handled by the Secretary-General. It'll be cheaper, and it's the way we will deal with it. Unfortunately, that led to the demise of the Office of the High Commissioner in the Charter, in the recommendation of the Eminent Persons Group. And I think that is a really serious institutional flaw, and it really ought to be corrected. So if I can have a second thing that I'd want, whoever gets the job as Secretary-General, I hope they will look again at the institutional need of a mechanism that will help to grapple with problems, not just sweep them under the carpet, but grapple with problems where people sincerely and strongly disagree and find a pathway that people can come to a degree of agreement or at least a solution, a compromise. But at the moment, we don't have that. And the other recommendation made by the Eminent Persons Group was that we should strengthen CMAG, the Commonwealth Ministerial Action Group, so that the key players in the Commonwealth, you can't have 70 or 54 or any other number sitting around the table. You've got to delegate it to a cabinet. And so you need the principals. This is pretty good. You need the commissioner. That was killed. And you need an improvement and strengthening of the CMAG in order to give an implementation. So my prayer for the new Secretary-General is that he or she will see these truths, will read the report of the Eminent Persons Group, and will come back to reintroduce what was recommended, which would have been much more effective. At the moment, this is a no-speaks issue. There are a number of no-speaks issues, but we've got to get a way to get the parties in disagreement to find a mechanism so that they can reach agreement and push the Commonwealth into the future.
Thank you, Justice Kirby. Show me, in your view, in addition to a Human Rights Commissioner, strengthening CMAG, a Secretary-General articulating and offering more engaged support and evident, you would say, interest, anything else that you would wish the Commonwealth to do in these crisis situations?
I think I wanted to mention that point of strengthening the Ministerial Action Group, but also for the civil society to understand what this group does. For example, I didn't know myself about this group until very recently. When I watched the debate, that's when I learned about it. Then I checked the statement that was released in their last CMAG group. That was in September, I think. And I wanted to see if Bangladesh has been discussed, but it's only a 2-page statement. Bangladesh wasn't there. But somebody from the last panel, I think, mentioned that not everything that's discussed makes it to the panel, to the statement. So I'm not sure about these processes. So I think for the civil society, we need these things to be more accessible in terms of us understanding that if something goes wrong in my country, who do I reach out to? What does the Commonwealth Secretary-General's good offices does? How do I reach out to them? What do I need to follow? Which report do I need to read? Only then I can hold the Commonwealth accountable.
Thank you very much indeed. Colleagues, I can see hands are already going up. There will be other opportunities for questions, but I've been asked now to move on to navigating specific challenges, but I welcome your input and questions as we go along. So I come now to this question of membership. At the last Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting in Kigali, there were 2 new members welcomed to the Commonwealth, bringing our number to 56. My questions to Sir Anand and Shomi, what are the risks and rewards of an ever-expanding Commonwealth? Should we be concerned about ever-widening rather than, as Justice Kirby has said, this issue of deepening an engagement with the core values as articulated in the Charter? Sir Anand.
Thank you. I've had a little tot-up of the rewards that come from more than 50 million people joining the Commonwealth with Gabon, Togo, Mozambique and Rwanda. And it's fine to think that the numbers are increasing, but numbers are only one thing. There are risks because many of the new countries come from a Francophone approach and background to language and governance. and their entry and continuance with the Commonwealth, whilst warmly welcomed, also needs careful management. And one of the hallmarks of the Commonwealth, spoken about in a positive fashion, is the maintenance of restraint. And I think the insertion of restraint into the chemistry of the new people coming is a positive thing. And I know that there are several other countries, Burundi, Somaliland, South Sudan and Suriname, who may also, in the fullness of time, join us. I have another thing to add. It's a kind of add-on to the last question, which is that the Charter, instead of lying as it has for 10 years, respectfully, that it needs to be a document that is the subject of ongoing review. It's every 3 years, for example. One of the things that the Commonwealth Secretariat ought to be invited to do is to review the terms of the Charter to ensure that it is still fit for purpose and that some of the things which have been mentioned at this forum already can be taken into account.
So, Anna, do you mean an audit of Commonwealth members or an audit of the Charter?
The Charter. The terms of the Charter ought to be reviewed to see whether they are still fit for purpose in the view of the members.
Shomi, what are your views?
I see it as a positive that more countries, even though they don't have any historical tie to the British Empire, for example, are willing to join the Commonwealth. I think it's a testament to the value they see in joining the Commonwealth. In terms of rewards, with more expansion, new countries, new people, new ideas, new opportunities to innovate, new opportunities to learn from each other's mistakes and from each other's best practices. So those are the rewards. In terms of the risks, like Saranan said, I agree that there is a risk of resources spreading thin. There might be a risk of a dilution of focus. We already have so much to deal with and we're not doing a great job at it. So I think that also risk marginalizing some of the small states, for example. So I think the Commonwealth as an organization needs to be careful of ensuring that it's taking care of each and every member state that joins the Commonwealth.
Thank you very much.
Could I just mention that my experience in bureaucracy teaches you've got to be very careful that you don't give bureaucrats the opportunity to say the minister, oh, well, we'll delay doing anything because we're redrafting the Charter, or we only need another 3 years and we'll have 3 more years to do it. Mind that in the Charter, there's a lot of very canny language. For example, in the language of human rights, it says we are implacably opposed to discrimination of all kinds, whether on the basis of race, gender, and they don't mention sexual orientation, and they don't mention a disability, but they say, or other grounds. And so that, as in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights, there's a similar catch-all. And I just would be very cautious about reopening the document at this early stage in its life. Otherwise, you might see it's put in a too hard basket and has to wait until the never before it'll be adopted.
Justice Kirby, do you have a view on this issue of membership? Membership of the Commonwealth, new members expanding?
We had a talk about this. I'll be candid with you in the eminent persons group, and a number of the members didn't really want to get involved in it, and others, like myself, said the danger of expanding the membership is that you dilute the commonalities to some extent. And therefore, I think we've now got a group of francophone countries, and they're all from one continent, and I think we should wait and see how that is panning out. because one of them, Gabon, was not a very nice country, and it had very bad human rights record. It's pulled its socks up to some extent, but you know, the lesson of bureaucracies and the lesson of change is that you let things settle, and then you see what happens. After all, the American Bill of Rights has been settling there for 220 years, and it's still in the process of evolution at the hands of the judiciary, and that's another story. But I think, on balance, my own view is they should be very cautious about expanding. That will bring in new problems, at least if we've shared the experience of the English language, English culture, the traditions of the governance of the common law, and these principles in common. We know where we're all coming from, and I think that is the family of the Commonwealth of Nations, and I'd be cautious about expanding it myself. But this is a responsibility of the CHOGM. It's not the responsibility of civil society, but we are perfectly entitled to express our point of view and to press it upon the CHOGM.
So, Michael, I was about to say exactly that we are entitled to express our view. And I think that these views are very important. I thank you for your stress on this question or this issue of caution. Darian, do you feel that expanding the membership of the Commonwealth would enable this organisation, this association, to be an important vehicle for advancing the issues that we care so much about? Or, in fact, do you think that would be a misstep? And if it was a misstep, what else should be done to advance issues?
So I had the privilege of being the co-chair of the task force in Rwanda for the Youth Forum there. And Rwanda was one of those countries who joined the Commonwealth later on. And I can tell you that I had quite an amazing experience there, working with the civil society organizations on the ground and the people there. And there were lessons that were learned inside there as well. So I think I hear the points that were made previously, but in my own opinion, I'm actually more welcome to new countries coming into the Commonwealth. I think that what it does is that it expands on diversity, and it leaves behind this colonial legacy. So before, that has been the center point and the main point around which all the countries have come together. They were all colonized. Now we're moving away from that. And as we move away from that, it requires us to open up and not restrict. In fact, we oftentimes talk about inclusion and engagement and things along these lines. And I feel as if a big part of that is opening ourselves up to those who ascribe to the values of the Commonwealth as well.
Thank you, Darren. Well, this brings us on to this question of resources. Colleagues, I just want to ask this question about resources, and then I will welcome questions from the floor. Shomi, you made the point about resources being stretched thinly. New members looking to the Commonwealth for sources of financial assistance, and yet the Commonwealth is never going to be a mini UNDP. At the last time I looked at the Secretariat's budget, it hovered between 25 and 30 million. That's nothing. So then, if it doesn't have much money, it's never going to compete with any of the global or regional organizations to provide direct support for development. What then should be its niche? So Anna, what do you think the Commonwealth's niche should be? What should be its USP?
Without being glib about it, the Commonwealth Sorry, I manage to do this every time. Without being glib about it, I think the Commonwealth has lots of experience, it has lots of expertise, and it has done this in a variety of ways over time that have not involved access to or reliance upon great amounts of money. So I think there is a stream of expertise and technical advice that the Commonwealth can summon and bring to bear in many situations.
Thank you. Darren, what are your views? What should be its niche?
So for me, I think that the Commonwealth just needs to make sure that they measure expectations of all the members. And that's why it's important to sort of get a feel and a pulse around the room in everything that they do. To say that there's a specific niche, I don't have an answer to that almost immediately. I think that it requires a lot more consultation. I do not think that we're having enough conversations around the direction in which we should go. And worse yet, I don't think we have enough agreement around the direction in which we should go. So if we could come to some sort of common ground, I think that would be fantastic. I mean, the charter is an excellent start. Fantastic work with that. I remember coming in 6 years ago into the space and reading that charter, and we have an idea there. But how do we adjust that in the new world? So for example, artificial intelligence is going to take over the world just now, whether we acknowledge it or not. But it's there, it's present, it's prevalent, and it's already manipulating a lot of ideologies and directions in which countries are going. So then, how do we incorporate all these new realities into the strategic direction of the Commonwealth? It really requires some honest conversations.
Thank you. Shomi, in your view?
I also don't have an exact answer to that. And I think that the issues that our member states of the Commonwealth are facing, they're all interconnected. So I don't think we need to essentially find a niche per se. But like as Darian mentioned, as long as we follow the charter, we have a strong accountability mechanism in place, and we are following those rules and those upholding to those values, I think that is good enough for Commonwealth to shine in the world map.
So going back to, it's a values-based association.
Exactly.
Thank you. Justice Kirby.
Yes, I think the Commonwealth is a values-based organisation, or it is nothing. It is never going to have huge budgets to dole out large amounts of money, and therefore I think we've got to focus on where we are strong, and where we are strong is having this very unusual combination, partly a product of history, but partly a product of resilience and survival, and it's the capacity to converse with each other across racial, cultural, religious and other lines. I think that's very important. For example, on the issue of LGBT, I have lived with my partner, Johan, in Australia for 55 years. 55 years. And I think when people see that there are boring people who have very similar lives like everybody else, the motivation of nastiness and hatred and cruelty and exclusion, it tends to disappear out the window. That's why what I did today, and telling you to fasten the seatbelts, this wasn't done for me, this was done for you, so that you could look at me and say, this is a gay man, and he doesn't look terribly threatening. He's a bit of an old fossil now, but this is what we've got to do, and we can do it in the Commonwealth, because we've got it all in the Commonwealth. And that's why we should, I think, try to emphasise the gifts we have from history, and to make sure that we take advantage of those gifts.
Thank you, Justice Kirby. The hands are going up. Now I'm going to try and involve you all. Please keep your questions short so we can have as many people as possible contribute from the floor, and please identify yourselves. Question here, please.
Ray Collins, I'm the United Kingdom government's new Minister for Africa, but also Minister for the Commonwealth. My question is a simple one, which is about advancing human rights and empowerment has not been simply down to governments and politicians. civil society has been the key element of that. So this forum is an important ingredient to CHOGM. Can the panel tell us a bit more about how we can focus on civil society, which often in countries with very good democratic constitutions are actually defended, human rights are better defended by active civil society?
Thank you. If I can take a question here, please. And did I see a question? Hand go over here. Question here.
Talafalava tēnā koutou. My name is Julia Whaiputi. I'm from the Human Rights Commission, Aotearoa, tēnā koe matua. The partai, I think this kōrero has been working off the assumption of the relevance of the Commonwealth. I know the question's been there, but it's been overly positive. I would say to the 1.5 billion young people of the Commonwealth, I would ask the panel how are we relevant? How is the Commonwealth relevant to the 1.5 billion young people? And I'd be remiss as an Indigenous woman not to respond to the comments like in terms of colonisation, the impact of the Commonwealth being at an end. I was at a side event around decriminalising poverty. The gifts of the Commonwealth include laws that criminalise people for their identities. We heard about that, brown, black, Indigenous, sexuality, all of that. That is still true today. So to Sir Anyad's point around going backwards to come forward, I think looking to its colonial roots, I mean, people, I would say civil society, I would disagree. I would say civil society isn't why the Commonwealth is relevant. I would say the people, right now the King's in Australia, and you have people in Parliament, Indigenous people and non-Indigenous people protesting against the King, and I would expect a similar thing in New Zealand. We are in a bubble in here, so I think the true question of the relevance of Commonwealth has maybe just been skimmed over here. So I would just put that there. And how is it relevant to the young people? How is it relevant to Indigenous people? Tēnā.
Thank you very much. There was another question here.
Can I mention that one of the paragraphs and one of the articles in the Charter, Article 16, is on the role of civil society. So it's there up front in the Charter itself, acknowledged as a principle of the Commonwealth of Nations, and it takes us to implement it and to ensure that our politicians implement that respect for civil society, which is expressed in the Charter.
Thank you. Then how do others feel that civil society should be supported in addition to implementing the Charter? Should there be more financial resources directed from governments directed towards CSOs? Is the Secretariat and the Secretary-General, should they be more actively engaged, and in what way?
Well, a document, much as I'm a lawyer and therefore I love documents, but a document of itself is not going to change things. It's the will of the people, the actions of the people, the civil society and the organisations that people. That's what I always tell young lawyers. You've got to join. You've got to be a joiner. You've got to join in civil society organisations. That's where you see where things are really going wrong in the law, and that's where you've got to join in the steps that are necessary to improve your society. And the acknowledgement of that in the role of civil society is at least a step to put that on the agenda. And therefore, I think we've got to teach this thing. You can't... I was taught the Universal Declaration of Human Rights as a young boy of 8, because it was 1948, and that was my 8th year, and my teacher, Mr. Gorringe, at a public school in Sydney, Australia, taught us all the Universal Declaration, and he said, because of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, unless we all learned this and learned to comply with it, we would go on killing each other. And that's a message, perhaps not quite as brutally, that we've got to get over in the schools and in the homes and in the faith-based organisations throughout the Commonwealth.
Darian and Shomi, as the younger members of the panel, are there any particular responses that you feel in terms of supporting civil society organisations and how to make the Commonwealth more relevant to all its peoples.
We've got to have an angry human rights commissioner who will jump up and down and tell the Secretary General, this is not acceptable. This is inconsistent with the Charter. It's inconsistent with the fundamental human rights of individuals, and it's inconsistent with the long-term survival of the Commonwealth, which is in your keeping. And if we have that, then we've got some instruments that we can push the Commonwealth forward into all the new challenges that have to be faced today, which include nuclear proliferation, which include climate change, and which include also the new pandemics, which are just around the corner waiting to hit us.
Thank you, Justice Kirby. Darian and Shomi, your views, please.
So firstly, I wanted to say thank you for that contribution. I want to first start off by saying I cannot speak on behalf of Indigenous communities and the relevance to Indigenous communities. That is not my purview. But I'm hoping that you and I could have a conversation and maybe you could give me some ideas on how to move forward in that regard. The second thing I would like to say is that with regards to the relevance of civil society organizations and them being the driving force behind the Commonwealth, is to remember that everybody in this room is probably less than 1% of all civil society organizations across the entire Commonwealth. There are groups who are engaged with the Commonwealth who are not necessarily in this space right now and are doing phenomenal work and fantastic work, pushing the voice of the Commonwealth out and garnering support and cross-collaborations. Even within my own region, there are a lot of NGOs who are doing fantastic work in the Caribbean region, and there's an interconnectedness between Jamaica, Barbados, Trinidad and Tobago, St. Kitts and Nevis, etc. So there's a sharing of information that's very open and very true among civil society organizations within the Caribbean region. I also know that within Africa, it's very much the same. There's a lot of things happening there. I don't know what the realities are in the Pacific. I'm not very, very aware. I'm going to be quite honest with you. But I know in those regions, for sure, there's a cross-pollination of information across civil society organizations. And they are very important because they provide us with all the necessary information in terms of like what we need to present within certain forums, within certain spaces. And it's really about the people who are in this room understanding the privilege of being in this room. And how do you utilize that privilege to then go back and ensure that you're trying to bring more people to the table? Now, notice I'm not saying representing the voice of those who are not in the room, but I'm saying how do you get them into the room or into the space for their voice to be heard?
Thank you, Darren. Shirley.
Yeah, I guess I can speak to the second part of the question. How is the Commonwealth relevant to young people? It's obviously relevant because the Commonwealth, the majority of its population is under the age of 30, and the issues that the member states are facing, the young people are at the forefront of these issues, and many of these movements, climate justice, health justice, etc., are actually being led by young people as well. So it's definitely relevant. I'd like to take the liberty to rephrase the question slightly to say, to answer, how do we make the Commonwealth more relevant to young people? I think, we need to make meaningful youth engagement, like prioritize meaningful youth engagement more, because I've seen time and time again how young people continue to be tokenized. Yesterday, someone from the audience who is Samoan mentioned that I'm only attending this meeting today because it's happening in Samoa. Otherwise, I would not have been here. And one thing I do like about the CHOGM is the rotational of the rotation of venues and how it changes from one region to another, which is great. But I think it's important to ensure that we are bringing young people to the room. We are sponsoring their attendance. A lot of the times we see these kind of conferences where you have to arrange your own visa, your funding to travel to these countries and to attend these conferences. So we need to prioritize. Member states need to prioritize meaningful youth engagement. How do we build capacity of young people? Going beyond leadership trainings and mentorship and things like that. I think we have had enough mentorship and leadership programs already. I think we need to go beyond, like, how do we get young people participate in politics, for example? Not just getting more voters getting to vote, but how do they actually run for office? How can we increase their confidence? How do we reduce the barrier, especially for girls and women in particular in different member states? In terms of if the Commonwealth prioritizes in terms of freedom of expression, I want to share a quick example here. My dear friend Maharang Baloch, based in Pakistan, she has been at the forefront of the Baloch movement. She this year was named as one of the 100 emerging leaders by Time magazine, and she was on her way to New York City to attend the Time magazine's high-profile award ceremony, but she was not being able to go because at immigration her travel was stopped. So these kind of things keep happening. The environmental defenders, the activists are at risk. So until and unless the Commonwealth takes a strong stance in protecting young people and genuinely caring about issues that affect young people, it will become less relevant. So I see that the Commonwealth has a strong opportunity here to make it more relevant to young people.
Thank you, Shami. Sir Anand, what are your views to these questions?
I have to offer a small footnote. I mentioned that the Commonwealth in its present iteration has been going next year for 60 years. And the Commonwealth Forum and the Commonwealth Foundation occupy adjectival space in a week that is devoted to the Commonwealth in our peer in 2024. However, those worthy people in 1965 who created the Commonwealth Secretariat also insisted that there be a Commonwealth Foundation and that the Commonwealth Foundation should husband the needs and wishes of civil society. And that is a tradition which it is a good thing, a proud thing for the foundation to continue. Things may wax and wane over the years, but there is a thread that can be relied upon of contribution to the Commonwealth and with regard to solving a number of the problems that have been raised in the course of this afternoon.
Thank you, Sir Anand. So there, more power to the Commonwealth Foundation as well. Thank you very much indeed. I'd like to take 3 more questions, please, if I may, at the same time. A question at the back, please.
Hi, good afternoon. I've got 3 real quick questions. I just want to say...
Excuse me,
I'll bring it to one. I'll bring it to one. Because my issue is, as young people, we are losing faith in multilateral institutions, whether it's the UN or it's the European Union or even the Commonwealth. And it's precisely because these institutions have lost credibility because states do not want to be held accountable. States do not want to comply with either the UN Charter or the Commonwealth Charter. So my question, particularly for you, Justice Kirby, is how could we as civil society, because we're doing amazing work, I must admit we're doing amazing work as civil society within the Commonwealth, but how can we push for this commission that you've spoken about? Because I think it would be necessary to have that commission, but also how should that commission be different from the UN Human Rights Commission, which states actually do not want to be held accountable to, which is why these institutions are losing credibility?
Okay, what should the what should the Commonwealth Commission for Human Rights do?
I certainly agree that we have to have... I certainly agree that we have to have a value added. The Commonwealth has to be something different from the United Nations. And that, I suppose, is the lingering thought behind my caution about expanding the membership, because to the extent that we expand it, we'll simply replicate the United Nations, and we will have lost the features that are still in common in countries such as those who are members of the Commonwealth. But I'm not sure that I have the answer to your question, but I think it's important that we should keep value added, and we should recognise that people will differ, that people will have different points of view. I've been a judge for 34 years, and I know every day people were differing, and that's just part of human nature. And they will differ about disability, and they will differ about sexual orientation, and they have democratic imperatives in their own country. These are not easy things, but doing nothing about it and ignoring it or resisting it and doing horrible things to minorities is not acceptable. And we need more instruments in the Commonwealth, such as the Eminent Persons Group recommended. So I think when we get a new Secretary General, we should try to speak to him or her and get a follow-up to reinstating the High Commissioner, because until we do that, it'll substantially be just words on paper. If we had a High Commissioner of the Commonwealth, then that would have been the jumping off point for education and other initiatives throughout Commonwealth countries, so that the Charter can become known amongst the citizens of the Commonwealth.
Thank you very much. There was a lady behind the gentleman who posed the last question. I saw a hand go up. You still wish to put the question? No? There was did you still have a question here? Okay, question here, please. And yes, and then here.
Thank you. My colleague from Samoa, I think you asked for 2 questions from Samoa. So my colleague on my right there. So I was going to ask the second one. We have 2 major problems in the world right now. You know, we can talk about the Charter and the other issue. These are things that are in progress. And I like the comments by the gentleman on the right here. The Charter is in progress. It's work in progress. And it changes. It doesn't stay put. But there's a couple of big issues right now. One is climate change. And second is the ex-judge over there, the retired judge, talk about nuclear proliferation. We have wars in the world right now. And I consider that these are the 2 major issues right now. The climate change and the war in Middle East and Ukraine. I believe that the Commonwealth is one of the oldest organizations formed. I have the feeling that they must make a statement about what's happening in the Middle East and Ukraine. I know 56 countries are all members of the United Nations, and each of them may make a statement, including our Honorable Prime Minister made a speech in New York, in the United States, supporting a ceasefire. I believe that the 56 countries in the Commonwealth must make a statement about what's happening there. We cannot just turn our back and put it under the carpet that we're not interested.
Thank you for that important...
Because this affects the whole world.
Thank you for that important statement. Do you have a question in addition to that?
My question is, how does the panel in the front feel about that?
Thank you.
Well, you can assume that I agree with you 100%, 1,000%, because everyone will talk about every issue of human rights, but not about the one issue that could render these debates and arguments and the well-being of our fellow human beings in a day. I mean, the number of nuclear weapons, the danger of the risks, and the increased risk in recent months even, threats by world leaders of the use of nuclear weapons. So this is really a very, very serious matter. And there is now, before the United Nations, a new treaty, the Nuclear Ban Treaty, which is designed to discourage countries from possessing, using or threatening to use nuclear weapons. New Zealand has signed it. I should think Samoa has probably signed it. Australia has not signed it. And I think, you know, this is common humanity. And the gravest danger is the fact that the Nuclear Non-Proliferation Treaty is losing its support. And as human beings, we should be concerned about this. It's a deadly, deadly problem.
Shami?
Thank you so much for bringing this up. I think my stance kind of gives it out through my keffiyeh that I'm wearing. I totally agree with you, and I think that the Commonwealth needs to leverage its diplomatic power when it comes to global conflicts. It's an opportunity, and they should. If the Commonwealth takes a moral stance on what's happening in Palestine, I think it will make a difference. And we have been talking a lot about, climate justice and health justice and so on over the last 2 days. What's happening in Palestine, we're literally seeing a genocide unfolding over our eyes, in front of our eyes over the last 1 year or so. Of course, there's human lives are being lost. But also, when we talk about climate justice, what's happening through these wars, it's also a human social justice issue. Thousands of years of olive trees are being destroyed because of the bombs, the elements that are in the air now in Gaza, for example, that's going to destroy their farmlands, their agriculture, and so on. So even if this war stopped today, even if the genocide stopped today, it will still, the implications will go beyond for years and years, for generations and after generations. And a lot of times the argument is that, oh, the Commonwealth is not directly relevant. But I think it is very much relevant because some of its member states, such as the UK, are actually enabling this genocide by arming Israel. So I think it's important that the Commonwealth makes a statement, takes some moral leadership stance to make a difference here.
Darian, your response to that question.
So I want to agree with Shomi on what she said and what she shared there, but I want to go in a little bit deeper in the climate justice aspect as well. I want to say that we in the Caribbean region are your brothers and sisters in this climate justice struggle, because we too are feeling the effects of and we are directly, as a SID, a small island developing state, we are directly on the front lines alongside you all as well. So I'll give you all an example. Hurricanes are a big thing within the Caribbean region. With the changing climate, what is happening is that we are seeing more fierce and stronger hurricanes come into fruition within the Caribbean region and really affecting us and impacting us in a massive way. One such way is with food security. And what do I mean by that? Sometimes there are farmers who have planted all their crops, a hurricane comes, clears out every single thing. I pay $1 US for tomatoes one day in the supermarket, the next day I go, I pay $7 US because of that. And the very poor and the very vulnerable are the front line and feeling the brunt of that. So food security is now one of the biggest topics and conversations based off of the climate change within the Caribbean region. And I also know, just based on being here in Samoa, I've recognized that food security is also an issue here. And there's a mass manipulation by big corporations to take advantage of that by introducing all sorts of things and imports and say, we're going to send this, we're going to get you hooked on this, this is going to be your livelihood, you're going to get hooked on these foods. And then there's a money-making scheme as well. So how do we bring to consciousness all these different areas? And including, we spoke earlier about health justice, because now it becomes a health justice issue. As climate change gets worse, what happens? There are more health issues that pop up, and you see the interconnection between all the various areas and perspectives. So for me, I think it's really about having a strong advocacy, but a strong collective advocacy. How do we connect here within the Pacific region and within the Caribbean region to really push and advocate very strongly? Because I could tell you all something, those big countries, they're not taking, it's not affecting them the same way it's affecting us. It's not affecting them the same, it's not a priority area for them. But we are on the front lines. So I feel you, for all of you all who raised issues around climate justice. We have big issues that we need to advocate for. And it's forums like this where we need to have those connections to really push forward.
Thank you, Darian. So, Anna?
I readily join this channel.
Colleagues, I completely endorse our senior judge here who says we should have short questions so we can have short answers, if that's acceptable to the organisers, because we are the last session, so we have the latitude to go on. So thank you, Anne. Right, questions from the floor, please. Question here, please, and the lady next to him. If I could take two together. Okay. Short questions, please, so we can provide short answers from the panellists.
Thank you. Quick observation, quick question. From the Commonwealth Disabled People's Forum, I've completely taken my hat off to you, sir, for coming out in the way you have for a very important issue. For us as disabled people, we are in a parallel position. The oppression that led to the setting up through racism and colonialism of the forebearers of the Commonwealth are still the forces at work in our society because we are the internally excluded, the disabled people. There isn't a Commonwealth country at the moment that is living up to the commitments they signed up to in the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. Segregated schools, people with mental health issues incarcerated, it goes on and on and on. These are an abuse of all of our human rights, 430 million of us in the Commonwealth. I would just argue for the space for this to be put right in the coming period alongside of these big issues, because it's actually the impact it has on one's sense of self that is the important thing here. And you can't be an effective member of the Commonwealth if your sense of self is being eroded in that way by society's views on disability. So I would just put an urge on that one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Two questions, please. Here, and then the third question. So the question here, please, to your right. A quick question, please.
Talafalava, as you may know, I'm one of the youngest people here. And even though I should be at the Youth Forum, but I think it's also important that the People's Forum must be addressed with issues from us, our generation. So thank you for the floor. I'd like to acknowledge the panelists. Thank you for your knowledge and your perspectives. First, I'd like to start with the word Commonwealth. And the Commonwealth that we all have in common is the people. But I'd like to speak for the people that are not here. The people who remain silent because of acts of domestic violence, gender-based abuse, bullying online and in real life, and more horrible acts. That silence is deadly and costs us more lives than we know. Self-censorship is becoming more and more dangerous as time goes on. How can you ensure the safety of those who speak out and break free, and what is a way that you can create a safe space for us all?
So how can we create a safe space for us all? Another question. The gentleman next to you has a question.
Thank you. I love the People's Forum and the Commonwealth's work, the Foundation's work, because there's genuine respect, there's genuine exchange and so on going on here. But there's an aura of unreality because kind of across the way, in an as yet empty hall, there's a different meeting taking place in 2 or 3 days' time with the heads of government. And here, setting aside some rather specious stuff about the Middle East, here there's generally respect.
Excuse me, respectful comments, please.
Yes, absolutely. I want respect. What I'm saying is that everybody has said, I don't want to talk about things I don't know about. I respect that other people's experience. That's all I was saying. What I want to talk about is the fact that when the Commonwealth Jewish Council, for example, looked for accreditation, one of the things we had to demonstrate was that we abided by the values of the Commonwealth and the principles. And that seemed entirely reasonable to us. We had to obviously stand up to that. But there are countries, without doubt, who are reprehensible operations, who are not demonstrating compliance with these values and principles. Now, the point's been made about the possible Human Rights Commissioner, but I don't know if that's going to happen. I want to suggest that it might be that the Independent Forum of Commonwealth Organisations might indeed be that group that comes together to seek to hold countries to account for their compliance with the values and produces a scorecard every year as to whether countries are going up or down on this process. I wonder if that looks like a feasible operation.
So a call for an audit of Commonwealth membership according to the criteria of the Charter?
Yes, through the Independent Forum, because I don't think the governments or the Secretariat are really going to do it. I think it does fall to civil society.
Thank you. There was a third question here from Dr. Hospitalis.
Thanks. I'm going to ask a version of the question that my Samoan colleague asked. I have a public health doctor for the last 30, 40 years, and I've been around for 2 climate time scales, which is more than 60. My question is, how do we get the Commonwealth and the Commonwealth Foreign Affairs ministers to focus on achieving détente and peace so they could focus on the bigger problem that we face, which is climate change? That is an existential threat to people's health, livelihood, civilization, and I don't think we realize how serious it is. And so my question is about how do we get the foreign affairs and our own heads of government to focus on achieving some degree of détente and peace with respect to what's going on in the Middle East and Ukraine, and therefore to focus on by far the bigger challenge and put our foreign affairs energies into solving the problems that we have around climate change, pollution, and biodiversity loss. Those three things are threatening all our lives and livelihoods, and it'll only, the problems we have now with migration and population displacement are going to multiply greatly if we don't tackle this more aggressively than we are at the moment.
Thank you. Then questions to the panel. I'm sorry, this conversation can go on in the space after it, but I'm now going to put those questions to our panelists. So how to create safe spaces for those whose voices are not here. The audit of Commonwealth states, according to the criteria of the Charter, to be done by the Independent Forum of Commonwealth Organisations, and how to get the Commonwealth foreign ministers to focus on the existential challenge of our time, were the three questions. So Anand, do you have a response to those three?
Well, I've already spoken about audit, which I think should be something inserted into the everyday program of things within the Commonwealth. And I think the ministers should be persuaded by civil society to take on board these things that have been discussed.
Thank you. Darian, punchy remarks, please.
Sure, just very briefly towards the creation of safe spaces. I actually wanted to say thank you to my brother here, who is part of the Disabilities Coalition within the Commonwealth. Because his voice, in Rwanda, there was not a big presence of people with disabilities, but your voice has opened up now in such a big way, and I think enlightened the room in such a way. So also to the indigenous people within the rooms. And how do we really get towards bringing more people like that within this space? Because even myself, I'm being educated as I sit here, and I think that's important and important to recognize and acknowledge as well. How do I then take those policies back home and create safe spaces within my own hubs? It is the learning that takes place here by the Commonwealth People's Forum, put on by the Commonwealth Foundation. Fantastic work. Kudos to the team at the Commonwealth Foundation as well. That gives us the sort of know it and the knowledge that we need to go back and support the organizations within our own homes and countries. So that would be my answer towards creating safe spaces, is what knowledge can we garner from wherever and then push that forward. With regards to ministers and trying to get ministers to do things, I can tell you all that majority of policies don't pass inside official forums. Yeah? It's at the dinner tables that take place afterwards, the unofficial meetings and meet and greets, etc., all of that. And I see people looking around the room, but that's the truth. It is there where a lot of things actually get passed in terms of the minister drops all protocol and has an honest and earnest conversation. This is the reality. This is what I'm constrained by. This is the situation within my party, my political party. This is what I can do. This is what I can't do. And how do we push forward from here? And that is the absolute truth. So we could push and push and push, but we have to form stronger relationships. Because it's only through stronger relationships, not only with ourselves, but with our governments, that we could sort of move forward. And also have a strategy. So, good cop, bad cop. You have two members in your team. One person develop the relationship. The other person, activists on the line, very strong advocating. That would be my suggestion.
Thank you. Shami.
I'll answer the safe space question, sure. I think a friend of mine says we have 2 ears and 1 mouth for a reason. So I think, how do we create a safe space? We need to listen more and really listen, lean in, and then listen more to people around us. And I think we can, the Commonwealth Foundation, for example, I think did an exemplary job in doing multiple consultations, having a lot of voices in this space, the path to somehow like the video that we watched. I think we can, just like that, we can leverage technology, we can leverage social media to get more people involved who cannot physically, at least for the time being, be in these spaces. So I think that's another tool that we should leverage.
Michael, your thoughts to those three?
First of all, on the existential questions, sure, we're not going to be able to solve those questions finally in a CHOGM meeting. It doesn't have the biggest players, but nonetheless, there are things on the table, like the so-called ban treaty, which many Commonwealth countries have signed, and which even some nuclear countries have signed, and occasions like the CHOGM meeting may spread the message that this is not incompatible with being under the so-called United States nuclear umbrella. This is, the Americans oppose the ban treaty because they say that would stop people looking to our umbrella, and we think that's an important weapon for peace. But I mean, we're not going to solve all the problems, but we've got lots of other value problems on our table, and they can be discussed. As to the missing people who are not here, well, we've got to speak up for them, and civil society have to speak up. Their position in the speaking is guaranteed in the Charter, and it's important in our society, to the extent that there is a freedom of discussion, that there should be people speaking out on behalf of all interest groups that are threatened by the current world. And finally, so far as the CHOGM meeting is concerned, it's true that this time and in recent times, the number of heads of government attending the CHOGM meeting has reduced. And we've got to face that. That rather suggests that the heads of government, all of whom are very busy people, are not convinced there's value for money for them. And what we've got to do is to try to ensure them that there will be value for money, and that there are lessons to be learned in this unique group of people representing a unique section of the world population, and trying to make the world a safer, fairer and better place. And that's the value added of the Commonwealth. It's not the same as the UN, it's not the same as the G7, it's not the same as any of the other, the OECD or any of the other groups. This is a values-based organisation which is sensitive to the citizens back home, and which gets a voice through the Commonwealth Forum to speak to the CHOGM meeting. And let me just give a little shout out for Anne Gallagher here. She is our guru. She's been fantastic. She's got tremendous energy, and she's going to translate all of these discussions and all of the points that have been made into an action plan. There's got to be an action plan for the Commonwealth heads of government.
So because we need to help Anne formulate this action plan, or to give the key takeaways, I'm going to ask 3 questions of our panelists as we draw this session to a conclusion. What's your one message to the next Secretary General? What's your big ask to member states? And what one big change do you want to see in the Commonwealth over the next 5 years? Because I believe they're all connected. So, Sir Anand, what's your one message?
Number one, I would say to the Secretary General, stand on the history of the Commonwealth. Number two, I would say recommit to the Charter and an appropriate revision of its terms. And number three, good luck.
So is there one big change you want to see in the Commonwealth over the next 5 years?
I have several thoughts running around, and I can't enumerate one above the others, so I won't enter that question.
Okay, fair enough. Darian, your 3 short, sharp responses to those tough questions.
I got you. 3 short, sharp responses. We're on it. Firstly, I think to the heads of government, the CHOGM itself, I'd say that climate change needs to be at the top of the agenda. It affects everyone. and even more so coming to the Pacific region. Thank you to my Samoan brothers and sisters for hosting us here. I've seen and been motivated even more to push the climate change agenda. So we really need to get them on board with that and for them to understand the realities of what is going on with climate change. Secondly, to the Secretary General, my big ask would actually be not to allow AI technology to get ahead of you and to leave you behind. We need to leverage technologies in our way forward and how we actually plan and chart our course forward. Artificial intelligence is here. It's not even in the future, it's already here. And those who are not using it, and we have a challenge there as well already, where the big countries with a lot of financing and a lot of money are controlling AI outputs. Do we not recognize what that means? I'll just leave that there. So not let the AI get ahead of us, and to be on board with it, and to ensure that they understand the realities of what AI would look in the face of the new Commonwealth.
Thank you. Shoni. SG. Do you want the questions again, or you're okay?
No, I think I'm fine. My message to the next Secretary General would be to ensure that the Commonwealth takes an assertive stance on global issues. My message to the next big thing that I want to see in the Commonwealth is a better accountability mechanism. And lastly, my big ask to the Commonwealth heads of government, it's actually a very tiny ask. To the Commonwealth heads of government, I want you to go and stand in front of a mirror and ask yourself, genuinely and sincerely ask yourself, am I a leader who leads with integrity?
Justice Kirby.
First, my request to the Secretary-General is that he or she should create the office of High Commissioner for Human Rights within the Commonwealth. It doesn't have to be by resolution of all the heads of government. It can just be an office within the office of the Secretary-General as a first step, and that would help the new incoming Secretary-General to deal with the many challenges that are going to face the Secretary-General when they take office. The big ask, well, I agree that climate change is the supervening, well, the biggest ask is nuclear weapons, but I could understand the Secretary-General might say, well, that's really a task for the Security Council of the United Nations. We've got enough problems on our plate, we're not going to go there, but it's truly the greatest existential danger that our species faces. That issue, climate change, the next 5 years, well, that depends on whether you create a High Commissioner or some other office. Maybe it would be best to call it some other office that doesn't threaten or doesn't appear to threaten those who are enemies to universal human rights and the Charter of the Commonwealth. But for the next 5 years, the Secretary-General has the Charter. Not enough has been done to inform people about the Charter. Not enough has been done to analyse its impact or to teach about the usefulness of it. And all of these give the incoming Secretary-General quite a big bundle of work to get on with. And that's as it should be. I mean, nobody asks these people to take these jobs. And if they take them, they've got to be ready for criticism, and they've got to be ready to show leadership, and they've got to be ready to listen to the people. And that's why it's a pity that the outgoing SG and that the candidates for SG haven't turned up here. Because if they'd turned up, I would have peeled off one by one the situation of laws against LGBT in each of the 3 countries of the candidates. The Gambia, not a good look. Kenya, a new look with new statute imposing new penalties. And the only one who escapes my wrath is Lesotho, which repealed its law against criminalisation of gays in 2012. So there are plenty of things that can occupy the Secretary-General, and with Sir Anand, I wish him or her good luck. And you, civil society, I wish you a lot of activity. Do not be complacent. Do not accept that everything in the garden is good. Everything in the garden is not good. And it wouldn't be a bad thing if you'd listened to young people like those who've been on our table here and told us the world as it looks from the eyes of the young, including artificial intelligence and all the other issues that are just around the corner. So good luck and listen to the young.
My thanks to our knowledgeable panelists who have encapsulated the challenges of the Commonwealth, the possibilities of the Commonwealth, and given us a call to arms for the Commonwealth. Because it is not simply the states, the member states, it is not simply the Secretary-General, it is the Commonwealth of the peoples. That's the unique quality of the Commonwealth as an international association. It has these layers. And so in terms of going forward, the Commonwealth in the past has faced many crises. It has managed to evolve through those crises, but I think at this particular juncture, as our panelists have underlined, it has the mechanisms which it should draw upon. It has the charter, it has the essence, it has the idea. Now, whether its states and societies use those, that is for our leaders, and that is also for us. So thank you very much indeed. Thank you to the Commonwealth Foundation for these 3 energizing days which have addressed the 3, not exclusive, but 3 principal challenges confronting Commonwealth states and societies of climate, health justice, and freedom of expression. And I think Anne is definitely going to have her work cut out, but she's definitely got material to work with coming out of this session. So thank you very much, and I'm handing over to Terry and to Selina.
Thank you so very much to Sue and to the panelists. We spoke about advocacy and relevance and differences and diversity being a huge part of the human experience, but that it can't be okay with discrimination. Ladies and gentlemen, this brings us to our very final tea break on the outside. And when we return, I see everybody getting up. Don't get up yet. At 4 o'clock, we will have our official closing ceremony, and you're definitely going to want to be here. See you in 30 minutes. Bye.
check, check. 1, 2, 2. Testing. Check, check. 1, 2, 2.
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. At this time, we'd like to invite you to take your seat. If you're still on the outside, we invite you to come on in as we get ready for our closing ceremony. Again, thank you so very much. We hope that you're able to refresh yourselves during the tea break. We welcome you to take your seats so that we may begin. Thank you for your kind attention. Good afternoon, everyone. Talofa with a smile. Can I see the smiles? Can I see smiles with teeth? I hope that after you've had your fruits and your vegetables and you had your sugar cookies, that we have done this before we do the talofa with a smile. So over the last 2 days, we have had a fantastic Commonwealth People's Forum. Do you agree? Do you agree? Yes! I want to thank you for your presence, but not just your presence, your participation. Not just your participation, but your passion. We could not have had such a fantastic forum without all of you. And to the Samoans, from the moment we landed, and of course many of us might be going home to our respective countries as early as tomorrow, thank you for making us feel at home. Fafatai, thank you so much. My mother sent me a WhatsApp message saying good night, good afternoon, good morning, because I do not know what time it is on your side. And I told her all is well. For those of us who were here on the very first day, we had beautiful videos and artistry that was played. And many of you might not remember, but there was Malaika, the Rwandan-born singer, actress, poet. And she started off with her piece that was called, "We the People of the Commonwealth." So I thought if we started in that manner, I think it would be most fitting for us to start our CPF 2024 closing ceremony with a "We the People" original poem by my sister queen and co-host, Selena.
We, the people, we are a count the cost people. We are a challenge the boss people. We are a free-thinking, free-speaking, secret-leaking people. We are the anti-hypocrisy people, the pro-democracy people. We are the double-down, stand-our-ground, amplify sound people. We are the clay pot people, a forget-me-not people. We are the anti-silo, embrace the whole, never let go people. We are the blossoming flowers people, a speak truth to powers people. We are disobedient, peace the ingredient, protesting people. We are the sexy activists people. We are a get to the gist people. We challenge and provoke change with our vote, tell the unspoken people. We are the indigenous knowing people, the water flowing people. We are the stand with pride, turn the tide, walk beside people. We are the enabled, disabled people, from elder to cradle people. We are a no time to waste, recycle, waste, make haste for change people. We are the challenge, the proud people. We are the laugh out loud people. We are the healthcare access, disrupting stasis, bold and gracious people. We are the climate justice people. We are the can we trust this people. We are the loss and damage, time to manage, break the barriers people. We are a 7 trillion subsidies people, a corruption-free people. We are the fossil-ending, earth-defending, message-sending people. We are the village voices people, a make true choices people. We are tradition holding, stories molding, tomorrow unfolding people. We are the toilet paper news people, the cannot lose people. We are the YouTube platform, change the norm, weather the storms people. We are the 3 deaths weekly people, the stories leaking people. We are the acid throwing, stalking, knowing, blood still flowing people. We are the breaking silence people, stop the violence people. We are the journalists defending truth, still sending rule bending people. We are the youth uprising people, the hope arising people. We are the change demanding, understanding, jumping, landing people. We are the heart-led action people, the mass distraction people. We are the silo-breaking, new path-making, chance now-taking people. We are the water tank-drying people, the coral-dying people. We are the grandmother's bones washed from homes, Pacific zones people. We are the 30 million per minute people, the subsidise in it people. We are the funding shifting, policy lifting, priorities sifting people. We are the LGBTQ plus people. We are they are us people. We are fierce love and flow, seed, root, grow, a forest of knowing people. We're a raise objections people. We're a long questions people. You know who you are. We're online platformed, fighting, reformed, often scorned people. We are a fight for our lives people. We are a time to rise people. We are the wisdom keeping, knowledge speaking, future seeking people. We are a hero-led people, a God-sped people. We are a revolution-making, risk-taking, courage-praying people. We are a trouble-making people, a change-staking people, at risk and depressed, yet joy-filled and blessed, a free and willing people. We are the Commonwealth rising people, the no-compromising people. We are the equality and equity, empowerment, not charity. We are the people.
I personally think that you guys are being very stingy with your applause. Another round of applause for Selena Tusitala Marsh. The issue with being an artist and a creative is that when you do things, it's so effortless. People go, yeah, we could do that too. But I sat here for the 2 days and I saw her editing and moving up her lines. And as the panels are going and questions are coming, she's constantly editing to give us this by the end of day 2. What talent. And it also shows us why creativity cannot be left out of activism and advocacy. You are so wonderful. My gosh. Got goosebumps. So we have been telling you over the last 2 days to go and browse that beautiful photography exhibition, Our Climate, Our Future. And now this is when we get to announce the winners. Young Samoans aged 15 to 18 were invited to enter photographs on the themes of climate action and resilience, contributing their perspectives to the People's Forum and the upcoming Commonwealth Heads of Government meeting, or CHOGM 2024. The photography competition was co-organized by the Government of Samoa, the Samoa Umbrella Organization of NGOs, or SONGO, and the Commonwealth Foundation. The foundation invited an expert and diverse panel of judges to select the four worthy winners in these different categories. The judges were Judith Nangala Crispin, an award-winning poet, academic, and visual artist of Indigenous and mixed descent, living on unceded Yuin country, Australia. She's not here. I don't believe the judges are here, but we thank them for their assistance. We also thank Lisa Leilani Williams, Public Affairs Advisor at the Pacific Islands Forum, hailing from the Cook Islands with family ties to Samoa. We acknowledge James Atherton, an environmental management specialist and current president of the Samoa Conservation Society, a conservation-focused NGO in Samoa. And last but not least, we saw this beautiful young lady represent so well as a panelist. We saw her as a dancer, and later on we saw her in the fire dance as well. Moe Moana Schwenke, current Miss Pacific Islands and former Miss Samoa, advocating for youth, culture, education, and environmental sustainability across the Pacific. Now, Moe Moana was supposed to be here to deliver her address. She's unavoidably absent. However, we have Selena who would like to deliver the address on her behalf.
It's Miss Tuvalu again. Speaking on behalf of Miss Samoa, Miss Pacific. So Moe Moana says they were spoiled for choice with a great selection of 20 photographs to choose from. All photographs were accomplished works of art foregrounding our connection with nature, and if we could have made them all winners, we would have. The photographs submitted show great colour, creativity, and originality in illustrating the theme of our climate, our future, and our connection to nature. The photographs, as you've seen, cover a broad range of themes, from images of natural ecosystems that are being heavily impacted by climate crisis, such as mangroves, photos of actions to increase our resilience to climate change, such as cleanups and restoration effects, to images depicting a fading of nature as we exploit natural resources and convert them for human consumption. The main messages from our young photographers who took part in Our Climate, Our Future photography competition were the rapid pace of environmental degradation and the urgent need to address pollution, specifically regarding plastic waste and the waterways. The stewardship, custodianship, responsibility, and respect for the land that young people have, and the link between climate crisis and its impact on Samoans' cultural heritage. Another focus was the resilience within these communities. And last but so very not least, Samoa's natural beauty. They thank everyone who submitted to the competition, and they offer their congratulations to all.
Thank you so very much. My daughter loves Moana, the character, and I shall tell her that I was able to meet her while I was here in Samoa. We'd like to thank her so very much for those beautiful words, because she is in fact beautiful inside as well as out. So the competition has 4 cash prizes for 4 different award categories. And these are the 15 to 16 age category, the 17 to 18 age category, the Pacific Way category for an image that best illustrates the Pacific way of doing things, i.e. the values of respect, inclusion, consensus, and that is rooted in cultural context. And finally, the People's Choice Award, as voted by all of you, our People's Forum participants. Now, without further ado, let us announce our 4 winners. We're joined by the majority of the photographers, I believe, here, and their parents or guardians are here as well. So we're wishing them all the best, and no matter who wins, we're extremely proud of what you have produced for us.
Papatai Terry, I'd like to invite Dato Sudha Devi KP Vasudevan, Chair of the Board of Commonwealth Foundation, to present the prizes. And I welcome you to stand right there. Yes, because you're not only going to be presenting the prizes, you will then be asked to take a photo with the winners. So thank you. All right. So the winner of the 15 to 16-year-old category is Loman Poi, 16 male.
Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Loman Po, how old is he?
Loman is 16. His photo was the second photo there, titled Girl Collecting Plastic Waste, taken at Mulinu'u Ocean. And this is what Loman has to say. I took this to show that there is a right way of reducing litter. In the photo is also an ad that says, "O te le fia ai unga," which means our littering has affected our seafood. It's important to me to show that we should stop littering and affecting our oceans and marine ecosystem.
Fantastic. Congratulations, my dear. So now we present the 17 to 18 category. And the winner is, can I get a drum roll? Epifania Adate Anahera Olberg. Is she here? She is 18 years old and her photo was number 2. Group of teenagers sitting out towards the shippings at Matuatu, blended with a picture of a nature walk taken before, which is slowly fading. Now, when asked in her words, this is what she said. This image of Samoan teenagers on a nature walk looking at industry represents hopes and dreams for the future alongside our fears towards the impact of climate change in our communities. With trees being cut and replaced with buildings, we're worried our cry for help won't be heard. It's important to protect and preserve the beauty of our environment for future generations. Congratulations.
Second to last category is the Pacific Way category. And the winner is 18-year-old Wale Oma Tofilau. Photo number 1.
Well, I don't see you smiling, you know. Okay, make sure. Oh, I see your teeth now. Fantastic.
Boy cutting, grating the coconut or salele popo. So Wale says of his photo, the process of salele popo or grating the coconut is a significant part of Samoan life. It requires effort and persistence, much like young Samoans achieving goals and aspirations. As coconut products are shared with the whole community, salele popo represents the hope that future success will uplift entire families and whole communities. Congratulations, Wale. So I do have Lisa Leilani Williams' one of the judges' comments. And she writes, you ask Pacific people about resilience, and the vision that we often think of is the coconut tree because it provides everything. It goes to hell and back and still delivers the best nutrition for every stage of life. To see that iconic grating of the coconut in this photo shows the issues around cultural connection to Samoa and more broadly, a way of life that is very Pacific. Congratulations again, Wale.
I feel for the People's Choice Award, I have to give you like a different voice. Over 200 of you I'm just joking. So, over 200 of you voted, and this photo got a whopping 48% of the total votes. Your People's Choice Award winner is 16-year-old Onosai Miatiga Angie Numia. Congratulations. And when asked, she says this photo captures the reality that young generations face, the loss of nature of their identity. What we do today will shape the world for those who come after us, and it was Cry Child Nini at the cleanup day, July 2024. You go, girl.
Thank you. I would now like to invite the boss of everything, Dr. Anne T. Gallagher, to come up and deliver her closing speech. Or a poem, Anne, whichever you choose.
Oh, you can see that I've come up without notes, but just with a heart that's overflowing for everything that's happened over the last 2 days. So much work and so much love has gone into preparing for the People's Forum, and I look to our team led by Shayla, who've done such an incredible job, and we have to please give them a huge round of applause. Including our fabulous techies, who are so much more than techies. I have to say something about our moderators. Every time I walk out of this room, I get inundated by people who are asking, where did you find these people? And how long have they been working together? Please stand up, turn around, and accept your due. Thank you. They never met before Sunday. Our speakers, our moderators, our event hosts, and our team, thank you so much, because you've made this what I absolutely believe has been the best People's Forum ever. Thank you. But now I want to turn around to you all, to the people who are representing the people of the Commonwealth. I know that only a fraction of those who wanted to be here in Samoa with us over the last 2 days have been able to make it. But you have represented the people of the Commonwealth so well. Your passion, your conviction, your commitment to justice and to making a better world has just shone through in every single moment, and I thank you for that so very much. And now let's go forth, because the work is so big and we are going to be judged by what we leave behind. I took, Selena, there's been a few moments of tears for me over the last couple of days, and your poem was one of them. Let's use this passion to make sure that we do whatever we can. We have small spaces and we have bigger spaces, whatever space we have. Let's just push for the change we know must happen, and the change that the people of the Commonwealth so richly deserve. Thank you all.
Congratulations. So now we're going to close off this ceremony, and we had to do it in fine style. You might want to take out your phones. You might want to get everything ready. I am delighted to introduce award-winning Motswana artist Lorraine Lionheart. Ahead of CHOGM 2024, she worked with over 1,000 young people from Southern Africa, Commonwealth countries, to produce audiovisuals celebrating cultural diversity, inclusion, and unity through symphony, an African-inspired rendition of the Commonwealth Resounds relay song. She is bold, she is talented, she is the one and only Lorraine Lionheart.
Is it on? Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you so much for having me. My name is Lorraine Lionheart, and I'm from Botswana, a very beautiful African country in the south. It's been quite an experience coming to Samoa, very far, but very much worth it. Everybody around here, I think, would agree with me. The ones who have traveled from far away to come to Samoa. If, like me, you are here for the first time, I'm sure you'll agree with me that this was absolutely worth it. And I'm so happy for Samoa because I know how many countries would love to host CHOGM. And they are doing it with style, with culture, with so much love. And I've absolutely enjoyed my time here. So I'd like you guys to just join me to give Samoa a big round of applause for CHOGM. Thank you so much. The song I'd love to sing for you, it was a Commonwealth relay song, which I did sprinkle a little bit of my African magic into it. And it's a song about unity, about we're together, we're one. I happen to be a PhD student with University of London, doing research on indigenous music, indigenous cultures. So being in Samoa is so enriching in so many levels for me, and I've appreciated absolutely everything. So I'd like you guys, feel free to stand up and dance and be happy with me. Thank you so much. This is Symphony. Yalla, 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 yalla. Yalla, 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 yalla. Just one voice brings the silence. Just one smile lights the flame. Every heart is the rhythm. We are different, but the same. All mothers and fathers stood underneath the stars. We're the children, we're the future. It's time to take our part. We are living symphony. You and I and everyone together. We're the sound playing out all around the world. We are making history, singing out a song that lasts forever. Starts with just one melody. Takes one dream to inspire the greatest song of this earth, celebrating each other so this moment can be heard. So fire, fire up your voices, singing, singing as one. Light up your torches, beat your own drum. We live in symphony. You and I and everyone together. We're the sound playing out all around the world. We are making history, singing out a song that lasts forever. Start with just one melody. Together we're a symphony. Arizara Haneng Kabutu, Arizara Haneng Kalurato, Aritwarahane, Aritwarahane, Aritwarahane. Amanda, my word to Africa, Africa, my boy, my boy, my boy, my boy. Tiana Bamozi, Mutima Uma, Tiana Bamozi, Mutima Uma, Mutima Uma. Aye, 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 Tiana Bamozi. Mutima umo, Amanda, my way to Africa, Africa, my boy, my boy, my boy, yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Samoa.
Another round of applause for Lorraine Lionheart. Man, I want Lorraine hot. I want the dress. I want that shape. Oh my gosh. Beautiful, and I absolutely love the fact that she included our flags. I know I was not the only one wanting that hourglass figure, okay? Thank you so very much. And to actually see the visuals, the dancing, the vibrance, I think it is something we do well, understanding that yes, challenges exist, but it's nothing that music and unity and vibrance can't fix. So we got the poem from Selena, and I am no Selena, but a part of my wrap-up is just A, B, C. When we leave our spaces, we go away, we're on our flights, we're in the airport, it does not matter where we go. We've heard a lot of things discussed, and perhaps we can't do all of them, it is impractical. But what we'd like to do is to encourage you to take a pledge. But before I do that, A, B, C. A, actively listen. Actively utilize the information that you are now taking in. Actively learn from the information that you are taking in. Actively respect and actively make it real. That was from Faatina, who was here earlier, representing the disabled community. B, let's go back to basics, shall we? Restore values, things like integrity, truth, love, compassion. And C, catalysts. We are all catalysts for change. Some of us may not don advocacy or activists, but we are in a position to be the change makers we want to be and see. So now, I ask you, just to close your eyes, and for 30 seconds, I ask you to take a pledge of all the things we have discussed today. What is that one thing we're going to pay attention to, that we're going to do in order to effect change? Your presence matters, your voice matters, and change, no matter how big or small, impacts generations to come.
Yes.
Okay, Selena's like, okay, so that being said, I'm Terry from Jamaica, and it has been a pleasure serving you in the capacity of co-host. Thank you for trusting me with your program.
And I'm Selena Tusitala Marsh, aka Miss Tuvalu. But my mother also comes from down the road there. Her name is Sailingi Tusitala from Elisefo village. So I'm a proud Samoan Tuvaluan too.
Beautiful, beautiful.
Welcome, thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, these are your last two announcements, and then we will disappear. If you are speakers, panelists, you have been a part of this 2-day extravaganza, if you could kindly meet us in the Fale just before we all disperse, we would absolutely love to have you. And secondly, for all of you who are heading to the All Forum, the joint ceremony that will be taking place, there are shuttles that are available right outside that will help to get you to the retreat and back. Thank you for making it Samoa. Thank you for making it the Commonwealth People's Forum 2024.